Good evening, everybody. We're here for more Cyberpunk tonight. I've noticed that the classification for the stream has changed, so there's no longer an option to put for mature content. I'm assuming that's because that's tied um, to the type of what was it? Like the category. Um, like the category that I'm streaming in. Sorry, I just wanted to double check that. Um, but let me just see here. Hmm. I also see an option here for disconnect protection. I'll probably mess around with that later. But, anyways, we're here tonight, and we'll be doing some more Cyberpunk. Let me just take a second to go in here. It's been a mixed day. I actually took the day off work today, but and I'll probably take Monday off as well. But the work situation went from like mildly encouraging to just another bunch of nonsense again. So I frankly am at the point where um, I shouldn't be taking any good news at face value. I think it's very clear that this is not a serious place where I'm working, and my responses should be weighted accordingly. I really dislike the idea of sort of doing half a job. By the way, I'm filibustering a little bit just because I had some tea brewing. I just finished a coffee, so apologies to Olaf for drinking the coffee prior to streaming. But yeah, yeah, I don't know. I obviously it's a long standing thing. I am constitutionally incapable of sort of doing a half job. If I'm going to work somewhere, I'm going to do the best that I can. But it there is absolutely a way that that gets taken advantage of, and unfortunately, that kind of seems to be the case here. So, um, I don't know. The usual answer is I definitely need to be more open to opportunities, especially because I sort of shut down the possibility. Um, After a while, there were a couple of opportunities I was sort of looking at. Um, I'm really not sure where they stand, although they were pretty open about the fact that there wouldn't be a whole lot of back and forth. But I don't know. Where I am right now is not really working. And at the very least, having the outside option again lets me, um, you know, basically lets me say it's like, okay, so if you're serious about this, like this is the last shot. I'm not turning down another job opportunity for you guys. So either this stuff happens or I'm gone, which is not really my style. But the thing is, I made this point. Sorry, this is I should just post myself as just chatting if I'm going to turn it into a vlog, but I might as well just get it off my chest while I'm here. I think the one point that I sort of made was that I'm kind of aware in terms of the other stuff that I do that I'm generally bad at assigning a dollar value to what I do. Um, and I try to be reasonably flexible. Um, and I realize that will be funny to people who have been on the receiving end of me being cranky about backseating. But the fact of the matter is that I do have limits, and that's one of them. But the the catch is that I have had the experience. Like there was definitely a case where there was a storefront that I partnered with, and they tried to not pay me for something that I had done with them. And it actually took a lawsuit from another company to find some information that wound up being kind of instrumental in the case I wound up making. And so, there's just that simple realization. I think it's one that I think most people take for granted, but I'm an optimist. Um, is essentially the idea of people just sort of being quite willing to do very dishonest things if they sort of feel that they can get away with it. And I don't know, I still have a very bad tendency to assume the best. And the fact of the matter is that I can no longer, like, I'm effectively with my workplace, and I'm more or less clear with management on that. I'm at the same place now with this workplace. Like, there's too much of a track record of things being said, and then the opposite happening for me to consider this. If nothing else, there's not necessarily any one individual. Like, I think the thing that's important is to say, like, there's not necessarily an individual bad guy to assign it to. I can actually assign blame to a couple of people, but like that's a separate thing. I think if it was reduced down to a single person, that is sort of manageable in its own way. But the error always tends to go in a certain direction, right? It's like a little bit like if you have a friend, and the error is always on the side of not being able to meet up. It happens a couple of times. That's life. If it happens consistently, and especially, this maybe sounds more mistrustful than I should be, but especially if the error never is on the side of, hey, I got a little bit of extra time, do you want to hang out? It's kind of reasonable to think that, for one reason or another, they have not assigned the same value to spending time that you do. And like, there's nothing necessarily wrong about that. Like, people's time is precious, and you can't necessarily do everything you can. Although generally my feeling is that it's good to be honest about that, rather than, I'm sure we've all had the experience of meeting up with, oh yeah, we should meet up. It's like, if someone says that, you're never going to see them again. If you make plans, like if you specifically work out a time, you're going to see them again. If they say we should meet up, that is not a statement of actual meeting. That's a nice thing to say. And sometimes it's nice to just say nice things, but it's like asking how you're doing. I sometimes need to learn that that's not a request for information. But yeah, I don't know. Like in this case here, like, it's the track record does. So like, my view on this is that I don't feel the need to assign particular bad guys for the point to stand. I think it is entirely possible to work in an organization that structurally relies on this sort of nonsense. And that does not make it any better, right? Like, if you're working at a workplace that has a policy of discrimination, the fact that it's a policy does not make discrimination any better, right? If you're working at a workplace where you can't actually rely on the words of management in terms of what's going on, then you are still not working for a good employer, and you are 100% in your rights to complain about that. So, yeah, it's again, in this case here, I don't particularly like transactional relationships, but at this point here, I think it's fair to say that anything that does not result in sort of cash in hand or an actual like piece of paper signed, gets exactly 0 value assigned to it, and actual actions get get the weight. I would rather it not be that way, but this is what you do when you work. It's the same. It's the same as like having a friend who always says, oh, we should meet up. Like, you don't wait around for them. So sorry, I've also been fiddling around with my. Should have gone to the bathroom before I started the stream, but anyways, now that I got that off my chest, let's go from my day-to-day of terrible corporate behavior to my fantasy worlds of terrible corporate behavior. I actually did have some fun. There's some fun stuff to talk about in terms of the Microsoft FTC stuff. So for a while, do you need a pop can to use so that you don't have to use the bathroom? I've got a particularly large glass of water, which I can probably finish pretty soon. Yeah, it wasn't as bad today for me, but it was definitely Is there non-terrible corporate behavior? I try as much as I can not to fall into the, like, I'm not an Occupy Wall Street type of person. I think so. My other view of this, sorry, as I do like this intro, but maybe we'll do the rant in the title screen, because this at least will be related to this will be at least related to Cyberpunk. So like, I find it hard to be like, some political parties like treating businesses as sort of an ATM, right? The sort of thing that you can just sort of like raise taxes on to pay for everything. Or alternatively, right, that there's this idea like there was a UBC professor, I think his name's Joel Moyker. Anyways, he wrote a book and did a documentary called The Corporation, and effectively it was this, I mean, it's reasonably clever, but the idea is that, the idea if a corporation is a person, this person is a psychopath. And it's, you have kind of the usual suspects running around in, you have the usual suspects running around, you got a Noam Chomsky and Naomi Klein and, Michael Moore all sort of talking about how bad corporations are and so on and so forth. And the thing is that like I'm really split on this type of thinking, because I'm really not that kind of a person. And it's not even because of like the econ background or something like that. It might be because my family was pretty conservative growing up. Obviously, now that they're like kind of looking at retirement and stuff like that, all of a sudden social programs sound like such a good idea. It's the worst kind of like self-interested nonsense. But like, I think everybody is like maximally greedy. I don't think it's unique for someone to kind of change their views when the incentives are aligned, right? But I guess the thing that I would say is like, so it may be that I'm maybe a little bit more on the like economically liberal side of things, right? Like, I think there's something appealing about the decentralization of a free market. Decentralized solutions are kind of cool. I do think that economies are incredibly complex things that can't be effectively managed by a single individual or by sort of a centralized authority. But neither am I a libertarian, right? I don't necessarily feel that the best solution is always deregulation. I actually think that there's a very large role to play for the government, particularly correcting, imperfections in the market. Obviously, there is a set of rules that we all abide by, right? And I don't think that those rules have to be about just protecting profits. Like a perfect example here would be most people I know don't like my views on intellectual property. Like, for the most part, the people that I hang out with do not like the idea of intellectual property. They think that it's bad and that we should get rid of it. And the funny thing is that in terms of outcomes, I'm actually on side with them. The only difference is that I don't think abolishing intellectual property achieves the outcomes that they're looking for. The thing that I don't get by a lot of people who like to talk about IP protections is that very often these are phrased as arguments for protecting corporate profits. And I think that's very silly. The corporations are perfectly capable of defending themselves. What IP should be protecting is protecting invention, right? It should be protecting the system by which we have inventions happen. And like, I'm using invention very broadly, right? So when I'm talking about inventing, I also mean like inventing stories and such. So, the idea that CD Projekt Red may not necessarily be able to capture the profits from a game like Cyberpunk 2077 in the time, hey, Index Gnome, in a time of digital distribution, right? So if we didn't have intellectual property protections, the idea that, you make a game and then it goes on a torrent and then everybody can download the game, that sounds like a recipe for big games not getting made. And so obviously it's good to have some kind of a system in place in which the people who do the work are rewarded. But I do think that that is distinct from protecting profits, right? And it's a fine one. So like the idea should be that copyright shouldn't give you a guarantee in terms of the amount of money that's coming in, but it should ensure that, you know, you are rewarded for the work that you do and should give you a reason to want to keep doing that work. It's like if we knew the world was ending tomorrow, the socially optimal action would be is to basically remove any intellectual property protections, because there's no more creation after today. So why not let everybody experience, you know, the whole range of, you know, of creative expression for as long as we have. But because we have a world tomorrow, because we want to ensure that there is a steady stream of creation that happens moving forward, we do actually need to make sure that there's a system through which that is rewarded. And there have been answers other than copyright. Obviously, patronage was something that allowed the Renaissance to have so many great works. But like, I'm not sure anybody here, like, would you like Elon Musk to be deciding what art you get to see? You know, does Elon Musk get to pick the funniest memes and reward that? Like, you know, patronage sounds really good up until you actually think about the people who would be making those choices. You know, likewise, you know, if you go to a museum, some museums, you know, I really love some of the art that's on there, and some of the museums I'm like, I have absolutely no idea why this is in here. And that's questions of taste. I'm probably a bit of a Philistine when it comes to this sort of stuff. But the thing is that there is actually some advantage in terms of letting things be a little bit, you know, every time we talk about the evils of capitalism, it is also kind of worth remembering all of those cases where you've seen something that is curated from someone and how not very interested you were. It's sometimes helpful to remember that there are these trade-offs that we experience here. So, you know, likewise, basically, I'm definitely not one of the like Occupy Wall Streeters, but I think it's really weird when people just kind of go and carry water for big corporations, just out of hand. Like, I like to see low prices for things. You know, I would generally like it if pretty much every large business I dealt with had very small margins, because effectively it means that I'm getting the things at cost. Who wouldn't want something like that? But it's funny. Like, again, it seems to be that the division is usually either, like, it's almost like I think it was the Churchill quote, right? You know, if you're, what is it? If you're not a socialist under 30, you have no heart. And if you're not a socialist, if you're a socialist after 30, you have no head, or something like that. Anyways, I'm sure there was a reason why I wanted to, but yeah, anyways, we're not terrible corporate behavior. Like, the biggest thing for me is that I think it's worth remembering, like, the corporation does enable a scale of human activity that previously would be, or otherwise would be, very difficult to put together. I'm not saying impossible, but it would definitely be very difficult. And so there are good things about that. But that doesn't mean that it's above critique, which is, of course, what the cyberpunk genre, among other things, are. But it's, again, I always tend to be a little bit more on the line of sort of reform or management as opposed to sort of overthrowing the system. So that kind of removes me from the punk side of the equation. However, I have decided I am actually going to take a quick bathroom break. I'm also going to refill my water, actually, so these things cancel each other out. And that's just partly so that I can... there's a couple of other things that I wanted to get done as well. And I should have done that before I started the stream. But it was like 20 minutes in. I think most people are going to be really bored already. But it has given you all a chance to come in. So I will disrespect your time. I'll also take a quick second here to shout out Dendrian, who has been doing the Lord's work with Potionomics. And you should definitely check out. But I am gonna be I'm going to be back hopefully in a little while. Like the bathroom break is the smallest part of my plans in between, but it's just going to save me the time of doing another break anyway. So I know it's early, but get a glass of water, get a stretch, do something. I'm going to run ads for a little bit, so when we come back, people don't get hit by the pre-roll. But the force is with me, so I'll see you all in a little bit. All right. Very sorry about that. As suggested, I had an accident and I had to change my clothes. And that is because I had a nice cup of tea. And I guess I have a cup of tea now, but it's not the same cup of tea. I didn't hit my keyboard. I did definitely spill it all over myself. So, yeah, sorry about that. But we're ready for Cyberpunk. So, it is what it is. It's actually not the first time I've had to delay the stream because of sort of tripping over myself. Broadcast wise, it's just embarrassing. Although again, timing, if you say, oh god, I gotta rush to the bathroom, and then you say I had an accident, I need to change all my clothes, gets people thinking. Anyways, but yeah, so to the just to the one point that Brett said here, you see actually we got a couple of comments here. So we've got Bredis here says, honestly, I haven't seen a lot of this game, but I don't think they really show the horrors of corporations. Algren says, this game is pretty much entirely of corporations, ran everything, and how life outside of the corpse is miserable, painful, and often extremely short. Night City is not a happy face. I adore the setting, by the way. And if you have any want to see more of it, Edge Runners is an amazing series on Netflix. And then Bretta says, see, my brain goes to things like the Coca-Cola stealing all the water from areas, or the illnesses and disease that you cannot avoid in certain areas because of how toxic certain industries have made them, like fashion. And I don't know how they'd show them in a city setting. Like, how does the game show child labor? Okay, so the interesting thing, Bretta, is that a lot of what you talked about is actually present both in the Cyberpunk setting, but also in the game. And one of the interesting ways we have a story events that are going to happen right away. So I've been sticking on the main screen just so we can focus on that before getting into the main content. But it's also maybe worth thinking a little bit in terms of why the game sort of chooses to show things the way that it does. When we consider examples of sort of injustice in our own time, very rarely do we get to see it in the mustache twirling, like, super evil corporation version of things, right? Occasionally there'll be sort of like a movement about a particular thing, but like it's I'd say probably the number of outrages relative to the number of things that really catch on is probably out of whack, I think is fair to say. So one of the things you'll notice, so for instance, the idea of kind of health concerns overall, there's quite a bit that's written in the game in terms of like documents that you find and such, in terms of the tremendous loosening of sort of food safety standards, and just the idea of how polluted everything is, or the fact that like water costs such an outrageous amount of money in this game. We're in the middle of a tremendous storm in the playthrough, and that's an effect of sort of climate change. In fact, pretty much any agricultural activity is now the kind of the sole province of a few mega corporations. I think Biotechnica is probably a really big one. Then wasn't there also like there's a or maybe Biotechnica is a kind of a big fossil fuel producer as well. I don't know. I need to go over the source books again. There isn't a lot in terms of child labor, I'd say, but the idea of, taking the water. I mean, actually, if you taking the water is a story as old as Chinatown. Actually, that's a really old. And I guess there was a Bond movie that had that as a plot point as well. But that stuff's definitely present. Like the idea of sort of what would normally be considered to be public resources being privatized again, these are present, and you have ideas such as like the nomads and, you know, people who are operating outside of this environment. And you'll see some documents kind of talking about how, you know, terrible these nomads are, and these, you know, these terrible raiders and these weirdos who exist outside of our, you know, our utopia. And you know, obviously, I think the nomads have a very different view about what their, you know, their lifestyle entails. So I think the big thing is that it's worth, I think one of the things that's kind of neat in terms of the cyberpunk setting is that it's worth remembering that there is a trade-off in these things, that there may be tremendous suffering that's brought on by this system and tremendous unhappiness, but there are actually quite a few things provided that people like and want. You know, it sucks if you are sick in this world, but you do get a lot of entertainment, and you get a lot of products that you want, and you get, you know, there's lots of different things that that will work, you know, that'll work well for you. You can also be sort of an entrepreneurial spirit in this world, and that will manifest in a few different ways. You know, you could line up with a corporation, like my character did at the beginning in terms of his prologue. And, you know, if you're good at what you do and you're on the right side, you have a pretty good life. And in our particular case, we happened to be on the wrong side of a particular conflict and wound up losing that position. And so, you know, as far as Jackie was concerned, so like my character sort of says my life is over, and Jackie says, no, I think it's just starting. And of course we have sort of we're into our second act as an edge runner. And again, like the edge runner, this is kind of why I take this entrepreneurial point of view, right? Where, you know, you're in Night City, this very dangerous place, but one with tremendous opportunities for the people who want to sort of seize them. But it also means that there's a certain type of success that can be achieved in Night City. You have figures like Johnny Silverhand, or you have figures like V, who may be able to do well, but these are not necessarily people you would want to hold up as ideals, right? Johnny's trying to take over our consciousness. And, you know, we're a pretty violent individual. The way we're making ends meet is by doing, you know, criminal work. And I mean, there's any range of activity. I mean, we haven't been working for the scavengers, but, you know, we abducted someone and handed them off, you know, to, I guess it wasn't the Kang Tao, I think it was the Chinese government. You know, there's a number of unsavory tasks that we've performed in order to make some money. And, you know, again, this is where, to be honest, if it comes down to sort of critique, I tend to prefer this stuff a little bit more than just look at all these terrible things that companies do. I think it is usually, if I think about the sort of satire that I like, it tends to be something that doesn't take the easy way out and just sort of gives this litany of bad things and says, like, can you believe how awful this is? But instead, it equally turns its lens on the types of people who enable that sort of stuff. You know, that essentially, you know, if you do okay in this place, you're fine with it. And I mean, in the Cyberpunk Red setting, there's definitely a suggestion that the hold of the corporations is a bit weaker than it used to be. So that also lends itself to a certain type of, you know, that lends itself to a certain type of thinking and a certain type of opportunity, let's say. We can definitely think of the character's life being over the first time they died if we ignore the game mechanic. Yeah, well, our character actually dies, but not at the end. So the first thing that happens, this particular character was a corpo, and he was effectively tasked with his boss in the Arasaka Corporation was going to get him to dig up some dirt on his direct superior, because this is the way that you advance in the corporate world in this game. And essentially, that executive found out, and there were a bunch of goons that came by and effectively, got us to confess. We were fired from Arasaka. All of our cyberware basically stopped working. We lost our trauma team care. Like, essentially all of the things that were perks as part of the job. And I think they were going to kill us, but Jackie Wells sort of stepped in and protected us. But there is the reason why Johnny is taking over my head is that I have in fact died in this game, and it was the fact that I had the relic slotted in that that saved me. The conditions under which I die, I'll maybe leave for you to find out if you play. But okay, so it's been over half an hour now of prelude. So I will just say that I was given this game from GOG.com. This is the storefront. I think all the sales are over, so it's probably the same price everywhere now. But they did want me to, in addition to giving me the game for promotional purposes, they did want me to point out that I am playing the GOG version of the game, and they sure would like it if you would buy Cyberpunk from their storefront. So I've now fulfilled my duty to say that. And it's never trust a guy named Johnny. Yeah, I don't know anybody. I've never met a Johnny that was worth.
Hey, everyone! Welcome to Info Flash. Say, did y'all lose power yesterday too?
Oh, I don't remember us actually getting in here, but
just in time for dinner.
Not hungry. I just swallowed a pound of sand. Looks like we're in for the night. A little power might be useful. Could you help me look, V? I'll search in here.
You search outside.
A lot of useful things. Bengals left in a hurry.
Biotechnica made them a good offer.
Smuggling. If you want to transport goods, you need contacts. Without contacts, forget about doing business. Who will you need to pay off? Customs officers, guards, the people at the gas stations. Don't forget the motels. You take care of that, you can show up and vanish as you please. Keep them happy, and they'll know when to turn a blind eye. It's also a good idea to strike a rapport with the fellows from Orbital Air. That is, if you're planning to ship something into orbit. Remember those boxes full of seedlings last year? That could have only happened because my boys at OA Customs looked the other way for 15 seconds. Make sure that you're well equipped. Don't use standard signal jammers. Customs agents aren't stupid. They'll know when you're hiding something at the border besides, which there are no models they can't disable. Use upgraded jammers that work hyper-locally in the exact place you're hiding the goods. Secure packages with ice, ideally bought from us. You can trust family. Use your imagination. Do you know how I managed to transport a few dozen pounds of drugs to SoCal? I paid the right people not to ask questions and hitched a ride with an all-foods convoy. Nobody realized that several containers of food were packaged full of drugs. Plan your routes carefully. You have up-to-date border patrol routes and areas scanned in real time by corporate satellites. And you have good old American roads. Use back roads and routes that corpo convoys would rather avoid. You can also dance around these old minefields since the corps don't patrol there anymore, although apparently by now they know we passed through there and it's only a matter of time. Use the tunnels as a last resort. These days, it's usually a one-way trip. You go through one, and the second you're out, all the satellites have a lock on you. So, in case you do, step on it. And most of all, brothers and sisters, don't get caught.
Yeah, crime. Sell us your land.
You don't know that.
I'm not that big.
No bulldozers, no backhoe loaders ever showed up. Lousy, rotten way to get rid of it. Deal with... Hey, it worked! We have lights!
We have read this one before, but I think Bredis might find this interesting. So, The Struggle of O'Neill Station. The European Space Council, ESC, started out with a seemingly noble intentions. We'll open the door to the universe, the solar system, a home to all, and so on and so forth. It didn't take long for these catchphrases to reveal themselves for what they truly were, colonial ambitions wrapped up in lofty ideals. We, the builders and first inhabitants of O'Neill 1, have witnessed this firsthand. The ESC sent us into space with promises of a new life and a better tomorrow. Instead, what lay in wait for us was a complete lack of freedom and backbreaking work in extremely dangerous conditions. We would have pulled through, we would have toughed it out for the greater good if only they treated us as human beings, informed us of their decisions, listened to our concerns and requests, but the ESC ignored us. The consequences were inevitable. In 2022, after completing the construction of the station, our situation was critical. Station management demanded 18 hours of work every day, 7 days a week from everyone, regardless of age or health condition. Our peaceful protest was met with a disproportionate use of force, which included stun guns. They thought it would break us, just like countless protests they broke back on Earth. The thing is, out here it's not so easy to call for reinforcements. Workers outnumbered guards 40-1, and one stun gun charge held only 15 rounds. The ESC's management had effectively shot themselves in the foot. It was over before they could realize. Only 7 hours passed before O'Neill 1 and O'Neill 2 declared independence and became the first nations established outside of Earth. I don't believe there is a night vision perk in this game, Britist, but there is, you can sort of scan and get outlines of different things. So the reason why I wanted to take the time to read this again is that this is usually how this sort of stuff gets communicated inside of the game. And it's actually, I think it's clever for a couple of reasons. So number one, in terms of just things to do, like Night City is a really interesting place to be. Edge runners are absolutely a character who have a degree of freedom, work outside the system, are tough enough to sort of be able to go out and, you know, stride into a room and, you know, and talk tough. So these are all things that make for interesting games. At the very least, these are things that make for blockbuster games, which is exactly what this, you know, this game was trying to shoot for. So what your individual experience may be, you know, relative to what's going on in the rest of the world, that's like, first of all, that's an important distinction, I think. But second of all, like, this stuff doesn't need to be in the game. There's any number of different things that you can present. In fact, this particular item we first read when we were dealing with a rogue AI that was sort of trying to assert its own independence, which of course has echoes with Johnny Silver, like what's happening with Johnny Silverhand. And then of course, you know, whether or not you want to focus on it on the AI side, obviously learning about sort of a human equivalent of that story is interesting in its own right. So the thing is that there's talks in terms of veterans of some of the wars that emerged in the setting. There's quite a bit of discussion in terms of the world and some of the consequences of certain decisions or certain actions, often corporate actions. But again, they're a little bit like it might be if you were to live in a place like Night City, which is you may not be directly aware of everything that's going on because your interests or your but okay, I'd put it to you this way. It's the same way that probably a number of us are not aware of some of the more major events happening in the rest of the world, right? I'm not going to take a poll. And I'm going to guess that probably we're a bit better represented in terms of this stream than maybe other places. Not to like, this can kind of come off as a degree of backpatting, which I'm not trying to do. But like, I would be willing to say, based on some of your comments, that a number of you probably might actually read the paper every day, or at least every other day, right? But I mean, let's be honest, like a lot of us, and I'm guilty of this sometimes, like the only way that we get the news is if there's something, you know, on social media that's posted that makes me mad enough to click. I don't like that feature of me, and I'm actually really happy. I realize people like laughing at me for my enjoyment of Apple products, but like, I like Apple News Plus. I'm actually reading more news because of it. I kind of wish that they wouldn't put advertising in the middle of it, but hey, you know, I have access to a number of fairly good papers. Like Canada doesn't really have like a paper of record, but the Globe and Mail is close. So Globe and Mail's in there. Then the more conservative paper would be the National Post. That's also in Apple News Plus, and the Toronto Star, which is kind of the more, I think it's probably the most liberal of all of them. And it's, I mean, it says Toronto, right? But it is like a national paper. So, for Canadian news, I'm actually doing pretty well in terms of my access to getting information. I'll admit I don't actually read them as often as I should. I usually just wind up reading like Reuters or something like that. But, the idea is that it's not usual for us to okay. It would be unusual, let's say, for us to have a large group of people and expect most of them to read the paper every day, let alone multiple papers. And so likewise, if you're in Night City, and you have, thousands of different restaurants, and you've got your job to go to, and you've got, endless entertainment, brain dance clubs, Lizzie's bar, all these different sources of entertainment, you may not necessarily be keeping up to date in terms of all of the things that are going on. Or at the very least, the type of news you might be watching would be news that is a little bit more like entertainment. And I know a lot of people like to think of Fox in this sense, but actually Fox just happens to be the best at that type of coverage. They are certainly not the only one in that game. So it's, for me, I think, like, I like this both in terms of communicating the type of character that you're playing and the context in which this is revealed. And, again, you kind of need to think about the type of game that'll make for a blockbuster. But the other thing I like about it is I also know what happens with some games that try to go a little too hard with a message. So I don't know specifically what game this was, but I have heard Tom Francis tell a story about a game about a sweatshop that he was playing. And the purpose of this game was to sort of let you know how horrible sweatshops are. And I'm not here to make the argument for sweatshops. I did that in university already. But the problem that he ran into was that he's taking the role of the manager of this sweatshop, and he is he's trying to optimize the outcome for his particular business, which again, that's how the game's made. The game's trying to show you, the horror, the terrible incentives that capitalism gives you to create this great system of suffering and exploitation. But his actual experience of that was not, oh dear, isn't this so horrible? It was taking the role of the sweatshop owner, which was, oh man, yeah, I know, look, I know I would like to pay you more too, but you don't know what I'm up against here. Like, we've got to get this, we gotta keep the cost down to this, because these guys down the street are charging this much, and so on and so forth. And, it's, in this case, it was really clear that the game was trying to create a particular feeling in the player. And the drawback was that the perspective that it took wound up having the opposite effect. So in this case here, I do actually kind of like the way that some of this is presented in the game. Because inside of Cyberpunk, inside of the setting, as well as the game, there's plenty going on in terms of finding out what the world is like and why this world may not be a very nice place to live in. But it does actually require you to take the step to see it, and to take the time to read. So in this case, it's sort of an opt-in, and I kind of think that reflects the kinds of ways that we tend to maybe engage or fail to engage with some of the concerns of, our own time. I don't want to harp on this too, but this will be the last thing I say on this particular topic. But I remember when, just shortly after the Ukraine war started, I tried to talk a little bit about it and to specifically make sort of an appeal towards a type of donation and like why I felt that was kind of important to do. And like the thing is that I don't do a lot of charity stuff right away, and I was definitely not going to take money for that support. Like in the end, I kind of feel that it's up to people to sort of do their own thing on their own. But I did actually want to take the time to sort of talk about it, particularly because I was playing a couple of war games at that time, and it didn't feel great to sort of do something like that and, you know, and not like just kind of pretend that something else wasn't going on. And there was like so like obviously when I go on at length like this, you know, clearly people are going to drop off because they're here to see Cyberpunk and not maybe some of the other discussions around it. But I noticed that was actually one of the first times in a long time I've had quite literally 0 viewers at parts of that. And I actually really specifically remember someone, they don't really come around anymore. But they said, yeah, I did, you know, there wasn't anything new. And I'm like, well, I'm very sorry that, you know, there wasn't more war for you to go, you know, like I'm sorry that this was not sufficiently entertaining for you, but like, this is something that I kind of care about. And I wanted to discuss it. You know, if I'm going to spend this much time talking about a fictional setting, maybe taking 15 minutes, you know, on an actual world event that happens to have affected people that I know, you know, I feel is not too much to ask. But, you know, again, it's like, you know, no, I already saw that stuff online. I was like, okay, fine. You know, I apologize. The war was not sufficiently entertaining. I don't know what else to say. So yeah, I don't know. This is the kind of, now, and again, that's not to say like people have to listen to my every opinion on these things. That's not really where I'm going with that. But I do like it when, you know, you have a setting like this, which is dystopian. And ultimately you are sort of left with like, it's up to you to decide whether or not you're going to find out about all of the dystopia. I think that's kind of a neat way of handling that.
Damn, it's getting cold.
Well,
I'll
I'll just have to bundle up with Panhandler.
No luck. Can you check it? Might have the magic touch. Actually, you know what? Check the fuse outside. It might have come loose. If so, just whack it back in place and I'll get this junk burning.
Right. Give me a sec.
Thank you. If Sol freezes to death, it will have been a wasted day.
So, V, you go check outside apparently is a real thing. I mean, there was a tornado that dropped down reasonably close to where I am. The other thing too, though, right, is that it's both forward and backward looking. Like what's described here, you know, Biotechnica kind of doing the offer you can't refuse. Like this is kind of what the trust busting was all about, and sort of all the, you know, this is like the subject of a ton of different, you know, of a bunch of different westerns, right? Like the rails coming and questionable whiskey, straddling the line between alcohol and bioweapon, aged like a fine whiskey, untested on human taste buds. Is this even safe? Only one way to find out.
See what I see? Expiration date's from before the last war, so hopefully it hasn't turned to poison. Today's our lucky day.
Lucky. Interesting choice of words.
Do I hear a lecture coming on?
No lecture. But we do need to talk. That Wraith's crap. It shouldn't have happened. They wanted everything. Our camp locations, routes, offloading points. If they knew what state we're in, 1 or 2 more raids and that'd be the end of us. And if you had mounted a raid of your own, well...
It's not the time for this. You're both exhausted.
Maybe you're right.
We can't hope to handle the Raffens alone.
So you would sell us out to Biotechnica? V, tell him it's a damn rotten idea.
I gotta agree with Pan Am. Sounds like a truly shitty idea.
Thanks.
What could you possibly know about it?
I know there might be a romance scene. No.
More than you think, Saul. Used to work for Arasaka, so seen plenty.
Arasaka's not Biotechnica. The difference?
Is not in the MO. That's always the same. You know what you are to them? Labor. To be exploited and ultimately consumed. Best case scenario.
Thank you, V. I could not have said it better.
We've had our spats.
A few, like any family.
They're not worth digging up.
I think so too.
If you'd like to come back, everyone will be waiting.
Is he supposed to be waving his gun around like this?
But there will have to be changes. No more jumping to the front of the line.
And so it begins.
You know what, sweetheart? We'll have plenty of time to tear at each other's throats later.
That is my hope.
But right now, I wouldn't mind catching a few winks.
Need help?
Fuck off. Huh. Do you know what they call these storms in North Africa?
A royale with cheese?
Boobs. Damn, I love that word.
Oh, what was that about?
Probably the meds talking.
I sure hope so. I think he took a few solid hits to his skull. Funny.
What is?
I rarely sleep with a roof overhead, yet this will be the second time with you. When you're on the road day into night into day, your butt basically fusing with your seat. You forget what it's like.
And? You think this is any better?
No, just different. Yeah, this would make for a decent little motel, wouldn't it? Little fireplace, booze. Grumpy guy at reception is the one thing missing.
Have everything you need, man.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't ask for more.
How's your whiskey, man?
Warm. Subtle metallic aftertaste. Bold, yet smooth. 4 out of 5 stars.
Would not recommend sleeping. Yeah.
Ma'am, I'm sure you'd be cozier with your shoes off.
After a full day in them, I'd fear a health code violation.
Nonsense. After a day as full as today, you deserve to kick back.
Oh? And what did you have in mind?
We're gonna do it.
Got a few ideas. Think you know what kind?
I think we're not gonna do it.
No. It's really nice as is. Let's not spoil it, okay?
I'm sorry. Didn't know what I was thinking.
Oh, it's fine. Truly. Don't let it worry you.
Right. So, friends, then.
B, I'm glad you came.
But I didn't.
Really. Thanks. It meant a lot to me. Do you hear that?
Nope.
Mm-hmm. The wind has waned. I can't speak for Haboobs, but when a Chinook rolls rough and rowdy across the plain, I sure can't get any shut-eye. Not a wink.
So the funny thing is, normally I definitely prefer trolling people with not going for the romance options, but given the fact that the game, so there's a mission called Venus and Furs where we wound up meeting with one of our contacts in, like, admittedly it's in a hotel, so I probably should have known better. So I was like, all right, fine, well, we'll do the fan service, but nope, sorry, I struck out with Pan Am.
On behalf of the staff of the Independent California Motel, I wish you all sweet dreams.
Hey, did you sleep all right?
Good work, V. Old style raid.
Saul doing all right?
Cracked skull, 6 busted ribs, bruised kidneys, but he's back at it, bossing folk every which way. You?
Hey, you gotta agree now. Next time, I choose the motel.
If there is such a time. Well, I slept like a puppy. That's a cozy shoulder you have there. It's too bad I better get rolling in a minute.
Just not want to kick back and relax, are you?
It's not my style, no. I'm back with the clan, sure, but I have things to do. Come on. Last night, when we were talking to Saul, thanks for standing up for me. Though, one thing, the Wraiths, the raid, it's the start of something we need to prepare for. Saul will get everything set up in camp, whereas
Whereas you...
The Raffins wanted to know our routes, right? Well, it's the Aldecaldo's turn. Some recon is in order. One more thing. Your compensation. Please take care of her. She served me well.
Putting her in good hands, Panam.
I know. So, thank you. Once again.
Hold up. About last night.
We don't need to talk about that. I'm just not like that.
So what are you like?
More like this. Take care of yourself.
You too, Panam.
And remember, I'm indebted.
Circumstances were different, I'd say saddle up and ride after her. But here and now, just look. Damn hard to catch a girl like that. Only hope you've got is they feel a pang and stop to wait.
What's with you?
Dunno, a memory maybe. Don't matter. Okay, back to town, V. Headed up to here with this gusty outback.
I actually really like the, like just the atmosphere. Like this is the one thing, I guess one thing, yeah, again, I don't really like making the negative comparison, but it's really the best way for me to make the point. Like the, I don't think this gives me enough shots. I mean, it's 238 attacks per second. Does it say how big the clip is? Not really, I guess. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Yeah, so I like what are you talking about? Do you have any idea how much confidence you need to be able to pull off an outfit like this? I look like I'm supporting Brexit now. But yeah, so like I play a lot of indie games and I really like indie games. And I noticed that if you spend enough time in those groups, there can be a danger of falling into the like, yeah, I only play indies. They're so much better than mainstream games. And I mean, the appeal of independent games, of course, is that there are these very narrow experiences that you probably as an individual you really value, whereas the tendency for larger scale games like this is to try and appeal to everyone, which again can be a very profitable and a very that can be a good way of doing things, but if you're someone who likes something a little bit more focused, if you're someone who likes foreign films or independent films, you're going to have a clear preference for something that's not intended for a widespread audience. And obviously there's no solid way to say one is better than the other, nor do I think it's really worthwhile trying to come up with those distinctions. So as much as I like independent games, the one thing I will say, like, I do like that there are AAA games, and it's specifically to be able to just like look at stuff like this. Like, I can't think of a lot of experiences that I get to have where I sort of see, I can read a source book like Cyberpunk, Cyberpunk Red, Cyberpunk 2020, whatever you like, and just be able to look around and sort of see the wind farms in the distance like this, and to see that in contrast to the windstorm that we were in, and see Night City in the background, and like just be able to walk around and sort of know that most of the buildings I go into, there's something for me to experience. So, and I mean, the thing is that it's obviously a false dichotomy to say, it's indie or AAA. We're consumers of games. We're allowed to like both things. As long as you don't, spend too much, make sure you cover rent and make sure your only experience in life isn't playing games. But beyond that, it's really nobody's business in terms of your ratio of, big budget experiences versus small ones. So like, even with all of the imperfections on launch, and even as much as this game didn't live up to maybe the promise that people thought when it was being released, like, I find it really hard to say that I wish it wasn't around, or I wish that it had taken a few more years to come out. Like, I'm actually happy that I'm able to have these kinds of experiences. So David the Diver, I think there's some debate as to whether or not it quote unquote counts as indie. I have no idea how you make such distinctions, but I'd like to try Diablo. I'm waiting for the Microsoft transaction to close. I've already sold my Activision Blizzard shares, but I stopped playing Activision stuff a while ago, and I haven't really felt the need to go back. But sort of my catalyst for going back to Activision Blizzard stuff would be the deal closing. Battle Academy 1 and 2. I haven't heard of those one for. An index for you, Cyberpunk 2077 is lacking in darkness, like in terms of just like tone, like the themes.
How you feeling?
Free. No better feeling in the world.
You all buried the hatchet with Pan Am?
I'd say it was more like a battle axe. These things, they're tough to bury, and even tougher to keep buried. But I'm optimistic. Her heart seems like it's in the right place.
Better start heading out.
Yeah, same goes for us.
Only once the radiator gets a breather.
Thanks, V. What you did for me, I'll never forget it.
Now we do it. Okay. In a much darker world, despair should be the main feel of it for me. Interesting. I can see the argument for it. I mean, obviously, like, one of the things that I've been struck by is all the Schopenhauer, and yeah, well, I'm also the Homer in that, but in particular, some of the Schopenhauer stuff running around. I kind of find that, interesting because it, like, it is ultimately kind of dealing with, with V's concerns about his mortality. Like, the real standout for me so far was that sequence at Clouds where you talk with the doll, and like you're convinced that it's going to be like a kind of a sex scene like you tend to get in games like this. And instead, it's entirely conversations about your, your mortality and, whether or not you'll be remembered and things like that. And so I actually, I think I get where you're going with that, Index Gnome, and I'm interested in it just because I actually kind of like the way that they touched on it here. And it's not, I'm kind of making the case, I guess by necessity it's an opposition, but I'm not trying to convince you otherwise. I think it's more just an example in terms of where I think we have the stem of some agreement, and where we diverge is just in terms of kind of how it shows up in the game. So we spent some time talking a little bit here about how I like, in the case of sort of a game which is sort of talking, it's a critique on capitalism and on companies, to sort of recognize that there is actually a benefit, which is, allowing the system to continue, right? Affordable goods, entertainment, so on and so forth. And a lot of the darkness is just sort of hidden underneath, or it's present. Again, like I don't think the world is well an idea, or some of the stuff from Nietzsche, some of the stuff from the Iliad. Like, I don't think those are there by accident. And a lot of the discussion about sort of despair and cyberpsychosis and all of those problems, I actually quite like that they are lying underneath the surface, waiting for you to find them, and that they appear in an environment that is, I mean, both as a game, but also in terms of appearance, is a bit of a theme park in which you're running around and blowing everything up. But you're right that that's not the only direction that you can go. Like, obviously, you can do a cyberpunk story like, you can do a cyberpunk story like Blade Runner, which is considerably more, downbeat. Like, it's a beautiful film, but there's nothing that would necessarily make you want to live there, let's say. But yeah. Oh yeah, I don't think you're saying the game's bad. I think what you're talking about is just in terms of the overall tone. And it depends too, right? Because there's so many different directions you can go in terms of Cyberpunk, just because you have stuff like, maybe I don't think I'm actually going to go to Takamura, but we'll see what we can find on our way here. I'll try and do some missions in between. But yeah, like there can be differences in terms of tone, and like there's in the canon of Cyberpunk the game. Okay, it's not actually letting me move through the area that it's. You know what? I'm gonna go on the road. But like, this is a setting which had a paranoia spin-off, which is not exactly a serious game, but it also has like poser gangs like the Gilligans, right, based off of Gilligan's Island. But on the other hand, again, you've got companies like Biotechnica, Arasaka, the whole idea of the relic, and Saburo Arasaka not just continuing this, it's basically century-long grudge against the United States to effectively beat it through capitalism. And this effort to essentially achieve immortality that the previous generation, whether it's Johnny or So it's like it's not just the corporate entities, but it's also the stars from the past that are refusing to let go. They never fade away. But they're overstaying their welcome, and they're keeping this very stagnant environment. Again, that's unpleasant to be in. And you can do that in a very, borderline grimdark sort of way. And you can do that in almost a campy kind of way, again, if you're focusing on things like the Gilligans. And in the end, I mean, that's maybe the power of an RPG setting, which is it's ultimately your game master that decides the direction where all of this goes. But of course, when it comes to a video game, you have to pick a tone and sort of hope that enough people are aligned with it. But I grew up with Blade Runner and other dystopian settings in books, movies, RPGs. Yeah. I think the other difficulty, too, for a lot of these kinds of stories is that they do ultimately sort of live in the shadow of works like that. So the question is, do you reheat the leftovers from the 1980s again? Or do you try and do something new? And if you try and do something new, like sometimes you do need to... to be honest, like sometimes the problem is that you learn that things weren't done a certain way because they're actually not very good ideas. So yeah, anyways, like I said, the aim here was definitely not to give the counter to what you're saying, other than the fact that I thought it was kind of interesting to see that we have sort of the same stem, that we have some things that we enjoy about the cyberpunk setting, and how for me, I kind of like this implied despair, right? Like you've got the hide the pain herald approach of cyberpunk, compared to something that is almost a little bit more expressionist in its tone, where like there's more. Because I mean, I think in one of the rule books it actually says like don't play cyberpunk when it's sunny out. Just go outside. All right. Hey V, got the cords for our first race. We're going to be stinking up the Corpo's backyards. First off is Vista del Rey, so they can't turn a blind eye. Then we'll piss off the upstanding citizens of the Glen, make some noise around Corpo Plaza, and finish at the docks in Wellsprings. Let's meet at the starting line, corner of Martin Luther King Boulevard and Skyline East. Holler when you get there. Roger that. Thanks. All right, have a good one, Winfrey. Thanks for stopping by. By the way, I'll check in occasionally on this. So we've got some fairly loud music going on. How is the game to voice volume, out of curiosity? Like, I kind of feel like this is where it should be. But I figured I should maybe check in, because I have been tweaking the settings a little bit, and I wanted to get a bit of a read to see whether or not it was in a good spot. And of course, now I'm out of the environment. Great, thank you. All right, I think I'm gonna just go for the system reset here. Normally jumps, but I think he's too far away for that to count. I was hoping to find a place to dump some of this, but... So I'm going to just wait 25 seconds, but... Do I not have a place to dump them? But yeah, so this cyber deck that I got is ridiculous because when I system reset this guy, it should just jump to his companion. Yeah. John Quaid, we got a dealer, one who is selling on our turf. Aiden, Rackens, zero him, but make sure everybody can see it. Okay, gotta follow up on that. See it and hear it. We want our employees buying from us. Sure thing. And another thing, Choom told us where his stash was. Cords are coordinates and the codes file. Don't send me that shit. Just haul your ass over there and grab everything. And we'll sell them ourselves, our prices. I hope I don't hear this rattling forever.
No, I haven't heard anything. We lost contact with him a few days ago. We don't plan to... Uh-huh. Understood. I'll inform his family.
We sure we didn't just kill this guy?
Must be here somewhere.
My bad. I really thought that shock was going to be enough to take him out. Richard Ribisi and Pamela Ling. Who sent you? Robert. Yeah, well tell him you ain't got to talk to anyone else about me. Too many people know already. Sure. So you going to hook us up with these boosters? Which ones? The 12-hour ones cost more. Yeah, those. Need 15 or so. Okay. For us, and they're still cheaper than the ones the Corp sells, tells us to buy. All right. All right, so I'm going to have to shard a bunch more of this stuff. So if I find a place to sell stuff, that's the best. I think it normally tells me when I'm passing one of those. Again, the funny thing is I wind up looking at the map in the top right-hand corner much more than I actually look at the cool environment, as is evident. Like normally there's sort of vendors just in the hole in the wall, quite literally a hole in the wall to the right. All right, well, here's where the race starts. I'm going to take a minute and see if we can find a vendor in the area. I know I can do that on the map, but sometimes it's fun to just drive around and see the sights. If it takes too long, I'll just do the... Alright, this'll do.
What's new around here?
What can I say? Tensions are flaring up. Suits over in Corpo Plaza don't like that their view looks out over all us ordinary working-class people. Something's coming. I can feel it. One firebomb and all of Vista will go up in flames. And next morning, they'll hire us to build new offices on top of our burnt-out units.
I'm thinking of buying some iron.
You're thinking sound. Won't get far in Night City without any.
Okay, so I still want to keep sort of one of each type of weapon, but in this case here, the sort of the name of the game is keeping other than sort of one of everything. I want to try and travel a bit more light. I can't really see a need for me to use a light machine gunner, so when I say one of everything, that's a within reason kind of statement. And I've sort of been dismantling just about everything I pick up, so I'm going to be pretty brutal in terms of what I sell. So like shotgun fine, revolver fine. I keep these because they're legendary anyway. But like the copperhead hanging onto that, precision rifle hanging onto that. These are the highest DPS of those, and then I sort of sell out the remainder below. Should also have that sniper rifle that Pan Am gave me, but. There it is. That is Pan Am's, right? Well, I guess it's mine now, but... I'm just going to make sure. I'm pretty sure I've already done I've already checked out the clothes, but just to make sure there aren't any green arrows. This is what would help me with Pan Am. Oh. Well, it was a start. In fact, we're on our way to our next,
River.
B, hey. I need your help.
NCPD asking a freelancer for help. Things gone that far to shit?
I shouldn't talk about this on the hull, though. We gotta meet.
When and where? Tell me.
Glenn, tonight. I'll flick you the details. Will you make it?
Do my best.
Thanks, V. Till then.
I don't know, but there's someone else's problem now, Algrins. Okay. Papa Garson, hey ho, and a bottle of rum. Pitoro, cheap, but it could cost you a new pair of eyes. My first bit of cyberware. Donaghy's, your end of the rainbow. Caballera Filas, Fiesta, Calavera. Boomlant, pop a squat, take a shot. Brosa fail, an ale of a beer. Bolshevik vodka, with a kick of class revolution. And Abydos Classic, some things should never change. Alright, so I think... Nope. Pino Pulido, a touch of class. Meet me in the evening on the corner of Pacifica Boulevard and Market Street. We're gonna do it.
Claire, you coming? I'm already here.
Great. Be there in a flash, promise.
Right on. See you soon.
Wait, hold up. Which rig are we using?
Yours.
Okay. Beast's ready to roar. Be right over. Later.
I should have taken a look at what the time was.
Huh? Oh, right. I don't know. Hello? I bet
I'll be
bundle
right
on
there,
our
huh?
win. Losing's just not an option, eh?
Hey, look, Samson. Fresh meat.
Be embarrassing to lose to a rookie.
Chill. Gonk will probably crash out on the first bend.
I'm not allowed to draw my weapon. Drat.
Hey,
Lady?
V. Good to see you. So how's it look to you?
Seem to be a lot of corpos taking part.
How can you tell?
Used to be one. Letting off steam after hours was key. It was either that or stress, burnout, and a trip in a trauma team ambulance.
People don't have heart attacks on this circuit, but ambulances come in handy.
No consequences for corpses in these races?
Cops don't care who dies. They just funnel the data through their accident reports.
A bullet to the brain counts as traffic fatality.
Depends on the street.
Any tips before we roll?
Don't take your foot off the chew. My job will be to slow everyone else down. Ultimately, it'll be speed, not firepower, that'll win us this race.
Go fast. Got it.
Oh, take this shard.
What's this for?
It'll show you the route. You'd be driving blind without it. We need to hit all the checkpoints or we'll be disqualified. If you want to hang a bit, do. I'll be in the rig.
When do we start?
The shard. It's all on there.
Roots NC Armaster V77. Welcome to the adrenaline-fueled world of Night City Racing. We'll leave this competition in a mess of twisted metal, and maybe one day you'll join the ranks of all the all-time greats like Gary Falcone, Krista Margaret, and Dean Russell. Burn your name into the streets and be remembered forever. This shard will be your guide in this year's 4-route circuit, 3 in the city, 1 in the Badlands. Teams who finish at least 2 of the qualifiers in the top 3 will earn their spot in the finals with a chance to take on last year's champion, Peter Sampson. Roots NC Armaster V77 is pre-programmed with an overlay that will guide you on the track in real time via your optical implants HUD, which includes countdown to start, total number of required checkpoints, route direction, current time and standings, number of checkpoints crossed, a live feed of the race announcer. I wish you good luck and clean turns. The software, virus-free, data encrypted. Armaster reserves the right to upload changes to the route as necessary prior to the race start.
jinx it.
I'm sure they were a bad person anyway.
Sharp bend coming.
Hold on.
This feels pretty forgiving. Like I've screwed up a couple of times and nobody's really coming after me. Yeah, I mean it's no GTA 5. I woke up in a Bugatti.
Sharp bend coming.
So far as I
Hold
can
on.
tell, that's the only song on that soundtrack.
Heads up, car a few backs looking to ram.
Good luck with that.
At this rate, we can get coffee in Danish. Of course, given my luck today, it's coffee that I'll be wearing rather than drinking, but... Yeah, so Claire really just kind of needed to be a passenger on this one. We seem to be out of range for everyone.
Heads up, car a few backs looking to ram.
Good luck with that.
Me and Claire, our victors! What did we just see?
We fucking won. First place.
Hey, you sound surprised.
First fucking place. It's not that I'm surprised, it's just...
I know, first place. I heard you.
Let's hold up at the finish line a minute, just in case.
You got it. Do these races every year?
My fourth time this. First time out, I won. It gets you hooked. I can't give it up now.
Can't or won't.
What's the difference?
You do this for the eddies, the wins, the glory? Why do you race? It's like you've got laser focus.
You don't like winning?
Of course, who doesn't?
See? That we got in common. And I always like to finish what I start, so let's win these damn races.
That is the plan.
Need a lift to the shop?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's go.
So what you're saying is, Allgrins, you'd like to see less gameplay on this channel. I think I can accommodate that. Not much of a talker after our first win. I don't know about you, but these Zoyaks are really speaking to me. I know we're all waiting patiently on Book of Hours, but I stopped by. So this, I hate that this kind of marketing works, but like every once in a while I'll get like an email and it's like, hey, your birthday is coming up. Why don't you treat yourself? And they'll like give some token discount to basically just get me in the store, but I hate to admit it, like it does work. Actually, on my walk, I went into a bookstore to pick something up. Now, I've complained about this before, but there's a big book chain in Canada called Indigo. It used to be called Chapters, but they sort of merged, and Indigo was sort of the name that took over. And they've moved their flagship store in the city that I live in out of a building to a mall across the street, so less square footage. But the thing that really struck me is it's not really a bookstore anymore. And one of their biggest growth areas has been more like the reading lifestyle products. So like they'll sell a lot of like blankets and plates, and there was like a bamboo caddy like for the bath, so like you can read your tablet in the bath or like read a book in the bath. I'm perfectly capable of reading a book in the bath without a caddy. I don't actually find that hard, but apparently some people want a caddy. I'd actually find it kind of helpful for the laptop, but I don't know if I really want to have a laptop near the bath. Oh, all right, well, see ya. Isn't this like her place? Anyway. So, I get annoyed. Like I've been there a couple of times, but like when yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. I mean, there's some like journals and like art products as well that might be kind of useful, but there's like a really cool independent art store that's actually like walking, it's on my way to the bookstore. So I'd obviously much prefer going there. Like it's the kind of place that like has a permanent discount for students. And you know, like it's the sort of place where I don't really buy Moleskine books anymore unless they're on like a super big disc. Like sometimes they go to like 75-80% discount. So I'll usually pick those up at that point. But there's another brand that I really like now. And more importantly, I like that I have a type of journal or like notebook that is not a Moleskine. I think that just winds up being slightly more interesting because everybody's got a Moleskine journal now. I find them very expensive for what you get. But I understand they're like a really popular brand and everybody really likes them. So this is why you always make sure to keep a few younger friends around. But anyways, yeah, so like again, you know, if you're running a business, you want to make sure that you're, especially a publicly traded company, like you kind of need to make sure that you're making more money than you did the previous year. But the thing is that over half the store is dedicated to quote unquote reading lifestyle stuff. Whereas I remember I was specifically looking for Animal Farm by George Orwell to give to a coworker, and they didn't have it. They had 2 copies of 1984, and not like none of Orwell's essays, none of the nonfiction stuff, just 2 copies in 1984. Yeah, it's just like the total count of books it has gone. So like, I get that I'm not really the customer for this place anymore, but I would humbly suggest that a central feature of the reading lifestyle is the reading. You know, it would be nice to have some books. And I'm not even going to complain about, like, I think it makes a lot of sense for there to be very large children's sections in bookstores. I'm not going to be going in there. You know, I don't really need that much children's literature, but I happen to know that one of the like highest revenue sections of a bookstore is going to be children's literature, because parents want to get a bunch of books for for their kids. That's like probably, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the majority of books that were sold. So, you know, it's not, I don't like, I'm not going to complain about, you know, the relative size of certain sections or anything like that. But for heaven's sake, right? Like, it's a bookstore. Like, let's make sure that there's something there that's actually worth picking up. Because, like, this is the big thing for me is, like, I totally get the idea of having, you know, stuff that might be considered to be complements to the product. What I don't get is not stocking enough books, and particularly in, like, a big box retailer. Like, not being able to keep the product that is getting people coming in. Like, at a certain point, you dry up the source for going in. And, like, yeah, I get the idea of adapt or die. Like, I did start the whole thing in terms of saying, like, this is obviously a high growth area for them. But I mean, like, the fact of the matter is that there is, like, so it's not the Kindle for us here. It's the Kobo. The Kobo was the thing, like, the company here developed. There's still plenty of paper. So there's actually a new independent bookstore that's opened up not that far from where I live. And there's like 2 different things that I'm gonna do. The fact that this big box store doesn't stop. So like the reason I would go there would be, there's 3 places I get books. There's a used bookstore that I love, and I like go in and I will, I'll just browse, right? Because this is a little bit, I wrote an article about this. Like, I do actually like the idea of inefficient searching. So I mean, Google kind of sucks now, but like, I don't like the idea of just being able to like go in and like do a Google search and directly getting the answer that I'm looking for. I actually kind of like inefficiencies, because those inefficiencies bring me in touch with things that I wouldn't normally encounter. And I think there's a lot of value in that. So I like being able to go to a library and specifically look for a book, because on my way to looking for a specific book, or even just a specific section, I'm going to be walking by all the other books. And I have absolutely found books that I've been a huge fan of doing that. It's not efficient, right? I don't save time doing that, but I think it's a productive waste of time, because what it means is I'm exposing myself to things that I wouldn't normally have, I wouldn't have seen. You've got Animal Farm at the office. I see it as a valid reason to not work for the employees if they want to read it. Also, it's shorter than 1984, so. But yeah, so I go to the used bookstore because I never know what I'm gonna find there, and of course the price is right. Like, so I got a, I think it's Jan Gullberg. I can't remember the first name, but there's like this huge book of mathematics. It's like a history of mathematics. that I picked up. And like, I'd actually seen it in a library once before. I never actually signed it out, but it looked really interesting. And, you know, it was a used bookstore price hardcover, so it's not cheap, but like it's not super expensive either. So, you know, I picked that up. And I was originally looking for Lucian, which they didn't have. But, you know, I was able to find a couple of other things that I wound up picking instead. So, you know, the used bookstore is kind of like the full random choice in terms of going to find a book. I go to the big box place because once upon a time I could sort of rely on that chain to have a book that I wanted in stock. So I kind of like the Landmark series in terms of some of the old history books. So like there's the Landmark Thucydides and the Landmark Herodotus, and now they have a Julius Caesar and Arrian, and I'm pretty sure Xenophanes, or sorry, Xenophon. Xenophanes was a philosopher. Xenophon was the historian. So, you know, those are nice, and a couple of those I found in the used bookstore. But for the new ones, like Arian, is something that I'd be more likely to find at the big box place. And it used to be the case that it was fairly reliable. If it was like a super niche title, I'd struggle to get it. But the expectation now is that I go to this place, and, you know, again, there's a bunch of stuff on the considerably smaller number of shelves. And they'll order it in for me. And it's like, well, okay, but if you're just going to order it in for me, isn't it more convenient for me to just, you know, order it online? Like, I don't really need to go to your store to order online. I have a computer at home. So, in fact, I have a mobile device, and I wasn't going to comparison shop on your competitors' sites, but seeing as I'm ordering it online, let me see who's got the lowest price, right? So I do order stuff, like I get places to order them in now, but where I order them in is I order them in the independent bookstore, you know, not that far away from me. They incidentally did have Animal Farm on, you know, in stock. They also had the Three Body Problem and a collection of Alan Moore's short stories. So I've actually wound up spending more than I was expecting. And like the thing is that place tends not to have the stuff that I want. So I kind of figured the independent bookstore might have a copy of Naked Lunch, which I haven't read, but I kind of want to read, and it's not in the library. So basically I have to buy it. Essentially, whether I buy it used, whether I buy it in a bookstore, like if it's not in the library here, I don't have any other options. Yeah, so like but the thing is like for a small independent bookstore, I'm not gonna put them on blast for not having some of the stuff that I mean, maybe, but do you go to, I guess the thing is that do you go to, unless you're talking about the big box place, like if you're thinking of the independent bookstore, it's right that I don't really have a strong prior about whether or not they have it, but I'm glad that they have it because it's a worthwhile reading, you know, it's a worthwhile book to read. The big box place, it would be surprising for the school side, but the independent place, I wouldn't be surprised that they don't have stuff that's for the curricula because, you know, do you normally buy your school books from an independent bookstore, right? Like for university, I got plenty of like novels for university, but they would always be at the, you know, the university bookstore. So like, I think pretty much every oh, that was the thing I forgot. I was looking for Graham Greene as well, and I totally forgot to do that. All right, well, I guess I have another reason to go to that other bookstore. But yeah, so like Year of Living Dangerously, Slaughterhouse-Five, Quiet American. Actually, I got another copy of 1984 because they said it would be good to have the page numbers that were assigned. So it's like, okay, I don't exactly want to buy another copy of 1984, but it's, you know, it's not that expensive. So, but yeah, so like, and then there's like some local books that I'm sure people aren't going to be familiar with, but you know, like, I guess the big thing is that, I can understand, I can understand maybe not holding on to stuff like that. I mean, then again, these are university as well. Yeah, I've read it a few times. I actually think 1984 has humor in it, which I don't think is properly recognized. We read it on the stream. But yeah, I guess the case that I'm trying to make is this. So if I'm going to order something and I just order it from the independent bookstore, if you feel that the purpose of a bookstore is to basically be something that turns like bricks and mortar, or like it's a bricks and mortar construction that turns books into money, then yeah, paper books don't make sense. The idea of including things for the quote unquote reader's lifestyle isn't actually crazy, because if you think of what bookstores should be, these are places where there's like author signings and, where people who generally like, there is a whole class of people who don't spend that much time on the internet and they like reading books. And that is actually the main thing that they like to do. And places like bookstores can be where people like that congregate. So there's a whole, there's a whole style of reading that is not just does not just treat the book as a commodity. And again, that the purpose of a bookstore is this, alchemy by which, pages are turned into currency. But it's maybe not surprising that the board has resigned and the founder and CEO of that chain is retiring. I think it's pretty clear that they are not getting the outcomes that they're looking for, and that they don't really have any good ideas for where to take the company. But I can tell you why. It's because when I go into their brand new store, which was kind of the subject of a couple of articles in local papers and that, it's because there's absolutely no reason for me to go there anymore. I don't find the stuff that I'm looking for, which is the whole reason why you have a large store dedicated to a product, and that, your high margin reading lifestyle stuff exists alongside the books that I want to pick up. And the problem is that the books that I want to pick up aren't there anymore. And I have enough substitutes for just the turn pages into currency option that I don't need to go there. So again, I don't go to a big box store so that I can order it online, right? I don't feel that brand loyalty. I can just go to the independent bookstore for that. So yeah, I mean, again, the problem, I want that, Brettis, but I understand that doesn't really work for them anymore. It's there's obviously been a lot of bookstores that have closed because they are just dedicated to, to being full of books. So I'm willing to have a little bit of that trade-off in terms of carrying some of the other stuff. But again, it does matter that you put some thought in terms of what the other stuff is. Because again, at least for me, I'm not really going there anymore. That's actually the first time in several months that I've visited that place. And I mean, there's the other thing. This is the place that closed, 10 or 15 minutes early when I was trying to get there. So, it's not a place I'm exactly going out of my way. But it's the same thing where I went to the cashier. There's no line. The cashier's having a conversation with their other person, and they're continuing their conversation. Their coworker, to their credit, actually walked away and was really clearly wanting them to serve me, but she kind of kept the conversation going. And I'm not a dick, so I didn't say it's oh, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's annoying to have a cashier like that, right? It's you've got one job. It's not, there's not a long line. So, obviously that doesn't make you want to exactly go back to the place all that often, but yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm lucky enough to live in a city where there are alternatives. But it's frustrating. Anyways, let's go on the hunt. Sit and wait for River. NCPD boy in blue gives you a holler and you come running like an obedient dog. This ain't going to become a habit, is it? Well, whatever. Sounds like he's got an errand for you. Real personal kind. At least it's better than chasing dead politicians. Just do me a favor. Don't get used to it. River Ward thought that nothing could top becoming an NCPD detective, that things could only get easier from there. Well, it turns out that always doing the right thing in Night City is harder than just getting a title. Every day for River is a moral struggle. Either he plays the game or he gives up a slice of his soul. If he lets his guard down even for 1 second, some ganger will get the best of him. In spite of all this, River shows up for work every morning with a can-do attitude. Maybe it's his way of coping, or because he doesn't know how to do anything else. The Glen. Rewind back a few decades, and Night City Council was on its knees begging corporations to help rebuild the city. The Glen became home to a new city hall. It's no surprise that the Glen feels much safer and organized than other districts, with millions of eddies invested on every corner. Reconciliation Park promises a literal breath of fresh air, while elegance of the surrounding architecture reminds you that the bustle of Night City is never out of your reach. City Hall is the main attraction of the Glen and the seat of the city's mayor. But venture away from the tidiness and sophistication, and you'll quickly start noticing rundown buildings and the menacing faces of the Valentinos and the 6th Street Gang. You won't get that in tourist guides. Still, the very fact that there's such a drastic social and economic difference only a few blocks away from City Hall says a lot about how the city is run. NCPD. Night City Police Department, the law enforcement that the city needs and deserves. Now, they say the best way to know a city is through its police force. The NCPD is an underfunded, under-equipped, understaffed organization where every officer puts their life on the line each day. It's no surprise, then, that most badges in the NCPD have lost faith in their thankless jobs. An atmosphere of apathy and corruption pervades the department, while many officers on the street react with brutality and aggression due to the stress and nature of their work. Nevertheless, some badges still wholeheartedly believe in defending ordinary citizens and making sure the urban jungle doesn't descend into complete chaos. For them, a badge still means something, and in this city, a gun is still a tool to protect and serve. Run into one of these zealots, and most gangoons will get on their knees, hands behind their head. Refuse, and they're almost certain to get a bullet. Of course, like everywhere else, real power is held in the hands of corporations. The police force's official sponsor is Night Corp, but the NCPD is also beholden to the interests of Arasaka and Militech. Oftentimes, when official investigations get stonewalled, the NCPD will hire mercenaries on the sly to obtain evidence in areas under corporate jurisdiction that forbid any police presence. None of that changes the fact that when people are in trouble, they call the NCPD, who arrive on the scene to protect and serve to the best of their abilities.
Do you have a moment?
Need to talk?
Sadly, no longer a moment. Can you come by the camp? I have a problem.
On my way.
Phew, thanks. That's good to hear.
Give me a little more intel. What's your grief?
Well, it would be better to...
Let me guess. Saul, right?
You know me well.
Uh-huh. See you soon.
I'm trying to remember why I went on the bookstore rant. I think there was a point related to this that I was going to make, but I totally forgot it. Sometimes a rant is just worth doing the rant for.
Well, this is the place. Tick, 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 tick.
Wait, where'd my car go? Wait, that's almost like 24 hours.
Hey, V.
How you holding up?
Been better. I know. Probably not hard to tell.
Nice ride. Brand new?
Nope.
Not in a chatty mood, I see.
Not really. Sorry.
So, what happened?
Needed someone to talk to.
Uh-huh.
First, take a look.
My name is Arif Iqbal, and this is WNS News. Today's story. A routine roadside inspection led the NCPD to the trail of a dangerous abductor and murderer. The incident occurred at the intersection of 7th and 15th Avenue. The following police footage was captured at the scene.
1038, I repeat at 1038. Registration 2886244. We're exiting our vehicle now.
Copy that.
Out of the car! Hands up! Easy, officer. Relax. Shut your mouth! Oh, shit. We have a 1053 and a 1054. I repeat, a 1053 and a 1054.
Thanks, Bredis. We'll see you.
The boy from the footage is LeVar Martinez, age 17. His parents reported his disappearance over a month ago. Unfortunately, LeVar's life could not be saved. His body could not withstand the severe septic shock he suffered. Autopsy reports revealed the teenager was given dangerously high levels of hormones, anabolic steroids, and stimulants. The possessions and genetic material of 7 other missing teens were also found in the car, belonging to one Anthony Harris. Unfortunately, their fates remain unknown. Although the criminal widely known as Peter Pan survived the gunshot, he has not regained consciousness, making
This, Peter Pan. He in case? You were looking for him?
Never heard of him. Didn't cross my desk.
What's the problem if they caught the guy?
My nephew, Randy. Disappeared not long past. And what you just saw. The kid was wearing Randy's shoes.
Oh, Jesus. Randy's disappearance. You know anything else?
My sister and I don't get along that well. I don't know much. Just wish I could have been there for her when she needed it most.
And what, they figured you'd get emotional and kept you off the case?
More like a restraining order. Won't let me anywhere near it. Gonagle took the lead on it. Lazy-ass gonk. And so far, he ain't accomplished shit.
No way I'd let this lie.
I know. And that's why I'm asking for your help.
So what do we need to do?
Can't interrogate the guy because he's a veg, but we can view his dreams.
I'm sorry, dreams?
You heard me. Come on, I'll explain on the way. It's an experimental procedure, but it's already yielding results. They record dreams that can be played back as VDs.
You got access to these dreams?
Not yet. But they keep them in the lab we're headed to now.
He's jaywalking. He's no cop. I do sometimes wonder if you were with River, if you just took out a gun and shot a few civilians, whether or not the adventure, or like the scenario would still keep going.
Not exactly. We'll go in together, but, not through the main entrance.
We're gonna break the law?
We'll find a different way in, and then hustle out quick. Never actually been here, so I'll need your help.
Okay. I am interested in doing this, but I am going to get myself a refill of tea. It is not going to be as long as last time, but I am going to take a bit of time for a break. So I think I don't know when I lost the viewers, but we took a big drop. It shouldn't be that long, but I'm going to take a minute. So we'll see you, and I'll try to be back in like 2 or 3 minutes at the most, but enjoy some ads in the meantime. All right. Welcome back, or possibly welcome if you are new. Let's do some more of the hunt. Okay, so we got to find a way inside the lab. I mean, I might be able to just try breaking in, but let's at least try and get a little clever with it. I don't have the technical... Well, I might have the technical ability if I'm willing to spend the points, but I am starting to get close to the end of what I can reasonably do. So let's see... Let's see if we've got something else that we can do.
Good food. We can breach the fence, then look for a way inside. Knowing their funding, I wouldn't expect much pushback from security.
Simple as that.
I was trying to enjoy the conversation about food, but food and dumpsters, rather. I have no idea what that is.
Great. What now?
We find our entrance.
They have an audit today. Should be a ghost town. No need to be quiet.
How'd you know about the audit?
I did my homework.
Know where they're keeping the BD?
Likely the room where they edit the autistic kid's dreams. Should be labeled as Anthony Harris.
Oh, this is a, what is it, Death Stranding reference. Plastic and metal, this device simulates conditions in the uterus, maintains the life of the BB and detects BTs. I still haven't played Death Stranding, actually, but... Subject AH.
Locked. Can't get in.
Patient transported to hospital 18 minutes after suffering a missile wound to the head. As the missile penetrated multiple brain layers, a temporary pulse cavity immediately followed. Due to rapid intervention, intracranial pressure was reduced and inflammatory damage to brain tissue was avoided. Despite successful intervention, the patient remains in a coma with estimated chances of waking at only 0.6. In the event the patient does wake...
No sign of any BDs.
In the event that the patient does wake, likely complications may include paresis in the right side of the body, vision impairment, speech impairment, and cognitive disorders. Estimated value for NCPD investigation near 0. A novel phobia, fear of the number 91. In recent years, the list of commonly feared numbers, such as 4, 13, and 66, is has grown to now officially include the number 91. While the phobias of other numbers have origins well studied by science, e.g. tetraphobia derives from the fact that the Chinese words for death and 4 sound similar, we can still only hypothesize about the rise of 91. Patients afflicted by a phobia of the number 91 often complain of recurring nightmares in which a giant countdown reaches 91 then suddenly stops. When they attempt to restart the countdown, it transforms into a bright yellow board with vermin crawling all over it. The shared experience has already spawned unproven conspiracy theories which, among other things, claim that the dreams were transmitted via either electromagnetic waves, the digitized minds of a mysterious Netrunner sect, rogue artificial intelligences, or classified nanochips installed by Night Corp agents. None of these outlandish ideas contain a grain of truth, of course. So, what is it that causes the phobia to manifest in such intense reactions? That much yet remains unknown, as so many scientists often claim the truth is out there. So without full knowledge of the phobia's origin and its underlying factors, how can you treat it? Studies thus far have shown promising results for conditioning patients via induced dream states in which the number 91 is inverted to the number 19. Although this method remains in clinical trials, experts are optimistic that the 91% success rate will only continue to improve. Security update. Nomi Redweed, research team. Important. I would like to remind everyone of the upcoming audit and changes in security. I'm willing to answer any immediate questions you might have. As you're aware, we've had complaints from the NCPD. I know. But this will have to follow the new guide. But we will have to follow the new guidelines. There's no wriggle room on this. At a time TBD later, you will all get your new double verification access signatures. You will each receive individual emails with the relevant details. No more of that reply all funny business. Until then, continue your work as normal, of course, excluding the day we have assigned for the audit. Have a nice day, security. A small step for science, a giant leap for humankind. From Eugene Kuzma to the research team. Good morning, all. I would like to congratulate our very own Dr. Yowen Packard on the recent strides she has made in the field of pediatric autism therapy. Her invaluable work has paved the way for more effective therapy applications than the established behavioral methods. TEACH, ESDM, and RDI clearly surpassing all supportive methods, e.g. sensory integration, and substantially building upon traditional approaches such as music therapy. I speak for all of us when I say we are extremely proud of Dr. Packard's scientific achievements, but also, more importantly, proud to see the huge inflow of warm letters from happy parents. Keep up the great work, everyone. Eugene Kuzma. Project decisions for next quarter, from Yolanda Castaneda to the research team. Important. The following projects have been green-lighted to continue next quarter. Neurotransmitters and selective countermeasures in combating the effects of stress. Cyberpsychosis, audiovisual stimulation and autism therapy, limited environmental stimulation as treatment for antisocial behavior. We have decided to suspend research into transcendental meditation. All those involved in the project will soon receive more detailed report about the indefinite suspension and information regarding new project allocations. Important, all staff please read. Cy Swearingen to the research team. Dear team, I like to beat about the bush as much as the next guy, but I'm afraid I don't have the luxury this time. First off, you all remember that famed quote I used to have in my office, never trust a person who's never tried to steal. Well, it seems someone took that sentiment too much to heart. Now don't panic, it wasn't that the quote was stolen. It's safely at home. Rather, it appears a member has taken our neurotransmitter research files from the facility with the likely intent of selling them to a third party. As such, all lab employees will be required to take a polygraph before leaving the facility, led by our own Dr. Al Tolliver. If Al finds anything troubling from your tests, the next course of action would be termination, legal action, or both. No jokes, I mean this in all seriousness. Let me emphasize, do the polygraph before leaving work. When you're free to get in your naps, showers, lap dances, or whatever it is you people do in your off hours. Have a pleasant day. I also think these are Deadwood references because Ian McShane plays this really great villainous character, Al Swearingen, but his rival in the series, I believe, is Cy Tolliver. So you've got Cy Swearingen and Al Tolliver. So I don't know. Deadwood fans can let me know if that's it. This week's audit, Anna Svart Fasting, City Auditor, NCPD Labs. Dear all, as many of you know, this week's audit is simply a formality. We are required by law to periodically evaluate current laboratory safeguards for effectiveness in future modernization efforts. Remember that this audit is as beneficial for the city's bookkeeping as it is to keep you and your research safe. We're all playing on the same team here. Please just treat this as a mandatory day off. Best regards, Anna Svart Fasting, City Auditor. Documents, confidential audit, a list of tasks to check. I guess this isn't the right cabinet. I know it says I don't have to go into all the rooms, but I don't know if I've read this one or not. Teachings at the Temple, excerpts. The welcome truth that sleep and death are twin sisters, beneficent, healing, and vivifying, is gradually making its way through the scientific as well as religious world, bearing on its Wino's faith and trust in, I think it's supposed to be wings, bearing on its Wino's faith and trust in the fundamental lays of life. which underlie all phenomena, and casting down forever the great Moloch of fear that stands at the gate of all men's minds, ready to devour each child of hope which has been conceived and born in the joy of life. Time and space are annihilated in dream life because of the rapid action of the energy of mind when freed from bonds of matter. And life in the state of dream is a foretaste of life, of what life may be when the coarser grades of matter, which now hold the embryonic God-man in bondage, are refined, and the energy which now must act under all difficulties, man is ignorantly thrown up by unnatural, unwise methods and practices. Through countless incarnations, will then be guided and controlled by the higher or spiritual will of man, for the perfecting of a body is as much superior to the bodies of the present races of mankind as the latter are superior to those of the animal creation. Novel phobia, this is for... Okay. Meditation work, heard the news. Saw the email. I'm so sorry they cut off your project. If it's any consolation, I've tried to apply your methods in my personal time, and I feel like my creativity is on a whole other level. Seriously. I really hope this is just temporary and that they reinstate the project, although I've got bad feelings since Dr. Lynch's department, there just hasn't been the same support. Hang in there, Caroline. Don't lose hope. I was wondering when David Lynch was going to come up, because for those of you that don't know, David Lynch is a very big proponent of transcendental meditation. In fact, it is sometimes kind of funny to watch his videos on it, because very often what will happen is he'll be doing like a TM presentation, and people start asking him about his movies, and he has to be very specific in terms of saying, I'm not here to talk about my movies, I'm here to talk about transcendental meditation. But it's a tough, it's a tough one for me. I'm kind of sympathetic. So I'm at once annoyed by, but also kind of understanding of the audience. So like in one sense, if you've shown up, and I'm assuming that there's probably some degree of prep that gets done at the beginning, right? If you know, they sort of say, this is about transcendental meditation, please don't ask questions about the movies. If people aren't respecting those rules, that's not great. On the other hand, I think it's very clear that, you know, it's because he is a famous director and he's lending his name to this practice. That is kind of the reason people are paying attention to that. And so it's hard. Like, it's difficult to want the benefit of the celebrity and then not engage with the celebrity. But I mean, I'm not going to lie. Like, if I was giving so like, I'm never going to be in this situation because I'm not this big of a broadcaster, and I'm also not that significant of a researcher. But for the sake of the argument, if I was doing a presentation on a paper I wrote, and somebody comes up and says, hey, you know, your rant about big box stores and paper books and so on and so forth, you know, what do you think about that? I would be annoyed. You know, I would be annoyed about the question, because like, there's obviously, you know, there's just no relationship between those two things. Like, I get it in both senses, but it's it's just one of these things where, but then again, I suppose if I wouldn't be relying on my YouTube celebrity such as it is to push the idea. All right. No. Carolyn Adams to Taryn Doggett. LOL, and just remember not to mention our latest study to those NCBD slug brains, because they just wouldn't understand it anyway. Okay. Yes. I don't want to spend too much time. Research on neurotransmitters. sure we'll find the files in here. I thought I took care of all of this. Okay, well, whatever it is, it's out of my view now. Everything seems to be in order here. Outer space, my life in orbit. What's life in space like? Comfortable. Of course, not everything's a bed of roses. Gravity below 1G isn't great for your bones or muscles. Synthesized food isn't to die for, and stuff from Earth is as rare as it is expensive. If you live in a private orbital station, congrats, you're richer than me, you always see the same faces. But if you live in a hybrid station like Crystal Palace, you have to live with the corporate bachelor parties every weekend. But don't let that put you off. There are more upsides than downsides to living in orbit. First of all, safety. To get into orbit, you need a lot of zeros in your bank account, which means you won't see legions of homeless people, skezzed out gangsters, or aggressive joy toys, the exception to that being the lunar colonies, but no self-respecting orbital dweller would ever set foot there. In other words, you can walk outside at night unarmed, without security, and come back home in one piece, wallet undisturbed. Amazing, right? Secondly, quality of service. Anyone in the customer service sector has had to rack up an enormous debt to come here. Their only hope to pay it off within their lifetimes is to rake in a lot, and I mean a lot of tips, which means they'll bend over backwards to satisfy every whim. If you're an employer, you don't have to worry that an employee you just hired and trained at your expense will suddenly quit to go to work for the competition for a few extra eddies a week. Many stations, especially the private ones, simply don't have competition, and if they do, it's basically negligible. Agreements can be made so situations like that don't occur. Thirdly, and most importantly, no government can tell you what to do, where and how. Orbital stations are autonomous and governed by their own laws, and there aren't that many of them. If you can afford your own station, you're like an undisputed lord and master of your little corner of space. You want to tie the help up to a whipping post when they make a mistake? Go right ahead. Want 5 wives and 4 husbands? I'm sure you'll have a line of willing volunteers. Sorry, I just... I'm feeling like Lady Macbeth, but just under my mouse pad, like there's a lot of kind of grime, and it's actually bugging me a little bit. So just give me 1 second here. I should have something. This is going to sound very princessy, but it's actually just mostly I feel kind of something rough under my hand when I'm moving, or I guess my wrist, when I'm moving the mouse. So it's bugging me enough, and now that I know what it is, it's easy enough for me to fix. So I'm going to do that now. Okay, there we go. See, I'm pretty sure I haven't read that item before. Datapad, tablet owner, Nomi Redweed, search how to prepare for an audit. Braindance conditioning. Studies that use brain imaging methodologies have shown a progressive reduction in brain volume, but a swelling of the ventricular system and the volume of cerebrospinal fluid produced in people who suffer from cyberpsychosis. Other studies have found divergences in the degree of cortical nerve cell depletion between stage 1 cyberpsychosis patients treated pharmaceutically and those who received braindance conditioning. Increased loss of cortical nerve cells was detected in those using pharmaceutical treatment, from which it has been concluded that braindance conditioning has a neuroprotective effect. More on 91. All staff for science, important all staff. Okay, we've done these. Melissa Rory, latest research. Based on the latest research of the subject, it appears that the patient suffers from relapses of antisocial behaviors. The recommended treatment approach is limited environmental stimulation and increased doses of neuroleptics. See treatment details in the attachment. I'll remind you, this is not an isolated case, but a fairly common problem among members of MaxTac. The NCPD is pushing for more resources put into cyberpsychosis research, but our facilities simply can't accommodate an uptick right now. And a friendly reminder, please email your applications for overtime next quarter by no later than tomorrow end of day. Overtime voluntary versus mandatory. Does it just want me to scan every computer? Okay, read that. Audit round the corner. What's up, Joomster? You know about that audit in your lab coming up, right? Maybe get those invoices for Woo all squared away, huh? Don't you got enough of your own paperwork to push around? Leave the invoices for Woo to me. I'll make sure our little piggies don't go hungry. So, again, for those of you not familiar with Elsewhere Engine in... oh yeah, actually Seth Givens could also be a reference, because it's Seth Bullock in Deadwood. But yeah, for those of you not familiar, Swearingen, when he kills someone in the series, very frequently uses Wu, also known as the Chinaman. He basically disposes of the body by having them fed to the pigs. I'm sorry to point out all the Deadwood references. I figure everybody's kind of already got it by now, but that's not a bad show. I don't remember too much of it, but it's got, is her name really Anna? Anyways, whoever plays Skylar White in Breaking Bad, she's in it. Ian McShane really steals the show. There's a lot of oh, I remember that guy characters in it. So there's the guy who plays J.F. Sebastian in Blade Runner is in it. He plays this fairly loathsome hotel owner. The principal in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, or the Holy Roman Emperor in Amadeus. He plays the sort of the sole journalist. I feel like there are a couple of other fairly famous character actors who I'm forgetting. I've definitely seen them in other shows, but I'm trying to think of shows that they were in prior to Deadwood. I don't know, it's a neat one. I feel like it came up in another stream just because of the idea of the swearing. So Deadwood is kind of famous for its foul language, but it apparently they did that because the actual language of the time was so tame that it would have made it ridiculous. So instead they just sort of threw in modern profanity and really made it in your face. Which I think they did a fine job of. Yeah, anyways, it's neither here nor there. Okay, we've read these. Jeez. You read Kuzma's email congratulating Yawen? Eugene must have been very pleased with her strides. I'm not surprised. I mean, she cozies up with that cop and all of a sudden gets an NCPD contract? What a conkadink, huh? Exactly. It is kind of fun to read all the gossip in the office, though. I feel like it's not properly crediting me for some of the stuff that I'm investigating. NCPD, Anatomy of a Disaster. I'm fairly certain I've read this, but this will be worth going into. This won't be the kind of book that's full of eloquent phrases or elaborate metaphors. I'm not a writer, I'm a cop, or rather, I was a cop before the mass redundancies. I'm not writing this for money or fame, I'm writing it because I'm pissed off and won't stay silent while the NCPD goes to ruin. Before you say anything, I know we weren't perfect. Night City has never been a safe city, but we tried. As God is my witness, we really tried to keep our city safe, even when we lacked the money, people, and equipment we'd so desperately needed. The mayor couldn't have cared less. He wanted to cut costs. Apparently, since the NCPD wasn't profitable, he said at a press conference, a day after 7 of us were killed by a cyber psycho in Vista del Rey, then why not privatize it? The very same day, the NCPD was transferred into private ownership, all according to plan. Our new chief of police, previously the head of the data term sales department, cared only about one thing, money. He fired half of the force, cut down the number of patrols, and ordered those working the streets to drop everything and start writing tickets. It didn't take long to see the effects. The city's crime rate went through the roof, bodies clogged the alleyways and sidewalks were painted red with blood. Meanwhile, the suits at Corpo Plaza were popping champagne and celebrating. Why? Because the demand for private security services had increased by 1,000%. Imperil poisoning. Imperil, which attracts danger, is the poison resulting from irritability. This poison, quite a substantial one, is deposited against the walls of the nerve channels and then spreads through the entire organism. Okay. Maybe we've read this? Yeah. Symbols and Dreams, Electric Sheep and Unicorns. Anthony Harris, probability of being found 10 to 20%. Yeah, so not good odds. This actually looks like it might be the room, so... BD chair designed to provide users with maximum convenience.
Hey, River. Think I got it.
Found something?
Not yet.
Anthony Harris. Let's try these drawers.
Say, River, why not just have a janitor crack a door for you?
Can't risk getting scolded for sniffing around somebody else's case. Yowen!
What are you doing here? You got kicked off the force.
Just suspended, actually.
What does she mean by that?
He hasn't told you?
Yowen, please, listen to me.
Aren't you in enough trouble already?
Harris kidnapped my nephew.
I'm sorry. Really, I am. But we store evidence here, and we have strict protocols.
Randy and the other boys, they're out there somewhere, waiting for help. I need to do whatever I can to find them.
River, the police are investigating. Go, please.
We can't leave without Peter
now.
Pan's dreams.
I'll say it one last time. Out!
Damn it, Yowen. Who the fuck do you think you are? Remember your first med school exam? You know the one. Passed it with flying colors. Gotta remember it. Ladies' room erupted in flame. They evacuated everybody for 2 hours.
I cannot believe you would throw that in my face. I never wish to see you here again. Especially you.
You don't know him well, do you? This man is a bastard.
Harris's dream, BD. Where is it?
He isn't dreaming.
What? Why?
A bullet damaged his cerebral cortex. We get only dissonant urges. Pieces.
I'd like to...
Try audiovisual stimulation.
But he isn't on the spectrum.
A favorite song or movie helps you reach the kids. Might be worth a try.
I am aware of the similarity. Hypothalamus stimulation and hormone production. But Harris is not a child. I have never tried the procedure on an adult.
Any reason you haven't?
Because, unlike River, I went to med school and studied neuroscience. And not by reading about it over someone's shoulder on the metro.
Let's try it.
We don't even know his preferences.
I'll find something. That mean you're willing to try?
Just go. I'll open the front door for you.
Let's ride, V. I know exactly where to start.
Say, by the way, what do you know about biochips? Arasaka's relic in particular.
Well, it's designed to store a person's neural engram. Sorry. Just imagine copying over a person's memories and personality.
Right, I get that. More curious what happens if the stored engram overwrites the engrams of the chip carrier.
Overwrite? I'm not even sure that's possible. Why do you ask?
Nah, never mind. Not a big deal. Thanks.
I thought you went to med school. Didn't she say she opened the front door for us? Whatever, I'll go where the game tells me to go.
Cops seem to like you. Careful this one doesn't start sending you out for donuts.
Stay out of it, Johnny.
Wait, meaning you're willing to traipse along behind Mr. Policeman like a pup?
You know, moments like these, I truly mourn the fact I can't fucking suck you one.
Fine, not gonna pry. Truth is, you could have done worse than Detective Blue Moon Ward.
Already have. Got a brain parasite nibbling away at my nerve endings as we speak.
Okay, I should go to River's car, but I'm very curious about this. I'm very curious about this little explosive. Oh. I don't even know who doesn't like me at this point. Oh, wow. Those were not even that difficult in terms of enemies. I just suck. Mind you, I was also walking in like the Terminator, and I'm not strong enough to do that.
I know exactly where to start.
Say, by the way...
What?
Right,
Over... Why do you ask?
Nah, never mind. Not a big deal. Thanks.
Cops seem to like you. Careful this one doesn't start sending you out for donuts.
Stay out.
Wait.
No.
Fine. Not...
Already have.
I'm gonna see if I can go back there and maybe not immediately die. Okay, that's where the sign came from. Screw it. This is mostly just a chance for me to make a little bit of extra money. It's not even necessarily that the like, it's not even so much about the side jobs paying that well. It's just getting a nice collection of scrap, for lack of a better term, to turn into sales when the time comes. I also have a big stack of like junk that I can sell at some point, but I've been reluctant to do that. Like, basically, because I have this big stockpile of junk, when I do eventually sell it, I'm hoping that I get sort of a nice little windfall. So the idea is, like, when I'm really desperate and I need to sell that sort of thing, it pays off more than than if I kind of sell as I go. Because, like, again, the only thing I'm buying with this are, like, new cars, so it's, it's fun, but it's not essential. So, if I find a place to sell this stuff, so much the better, and if I just go straight with River, then that's fine too. There's gotta be a place for me to sell in this area. Apparently NCPD doesn't like it when I get close.
Okay, let me hear it.
Lost your badge. Didn't tell me about it. Why?
I don't know.
Makes you a bit of a leadhead, don't it?
That it do. It's just, it's not easy for me to talk about what's biting at my ass.
Fair enough. Could tell me where we're headed, though.
To Joss's. Randy's mom. She thinks he just ran away from home. For now, keep the kidnapping between us.
Tell me about Randy. What kind of kid he is?
Petty theft, drugs, running away from home. That kind.
Cop uncles really see the best in you.
Sorry, this is totally not the right time for me to be doing this stuff, but I actually wanted to have some food to improve my my health. Although I'm certainly happy to see that I've got some improved clothes. Okay.
There are people who always find their way into trouble. Randy's one of them.
Where's Randy's dad?
Been a few years since he got popped. Gang war.
Great role model.
Josh was left alone with 3. But she's as tough as weathered leather.
You gonna tell me why we aren't trying to find Harris's apartment?
It's a house, and I doubt he's keeping his victims in his basement. Besides, we are trying. Want to see if we can find some connection to Harris at Randy's.
Pretty weak lead.
Best we can hope for just now.
Not worried Yawen's gonna toe the line? Rat you out to her superiors?
Used to be friends. Doubt she'd do that. Plus, not that I'd use it, but I do know one skeleton she'd prefer remain tucked in her closet.
Think Yawen will actually help us? All things considered?
Yeah. These tiffs of ours always end up the same way. I'll tell you about it over a beer sometime.
Really ought to focus on finding Randy now.
Of course.
So I'm pretty sure that electric corporation that we went by was where we found Evelyn. Again, it's one of the things that I kind of like because Night City is obviously such a big part of the setting and is something of a character itself. I talked about this before, but I do kind of like the fact that as I keep going through the game, and particularly the side quests, there's this familiarity that I'm getting with the city, and I'm sort of building these memories. And like I said, it's hard to imagine how it would have been done differently, but like one thing I notice with the driving, I actually kind of like being a passenger a little bit more because it lets me just kind of take a look out and appreciate the city as it is. Whereas when I'm driving in the game, what I'm often doing is looking at that map in the top right-hand corner, and that's just because, you know, I wanna see the directions. So I don't know if it would have been better if they draw the directions on the street. They do that during the race, but there's sort of an in-universe reason to have that drawn on the street. Whereas I'm kind of assuming that, you know, drawing the destinations on the street might be a little frustrating for you know, for players on average things, but passenger stuff is great. Why I like that channel that's just driving around. There is actually a game, I think it's called Transmission. I'm going to take a minute to find it, but I think you may be interested in it, Algrins. It's definitely been delayed in terms of its release, but so it's actually funny. I saw a suggestion for, I saw an early look at it, and it looked interesting.
This is it. Sure been a while. Used to come over every weekend. A long time ago.
And? Changed it all since?
Places like this never change.
Let me take a minute and see if I can find this. But yeah, so like I saw a trailer for it once upon a time. Okay, yeah, we got it here. It's like a 44-second trailer. And I've been following the developer. So like what happened was I saw like an ad or some kind of like promotion for it. And the like it seemed interesting. I didn't even have a really good articulation in terms of why I thought this was interesting, but it stuck with me. And what was really interesting was I had only this very vague impression of what the game was, and I just sort of took a flyer on somebody identifying it, and I was like, hey, I've got this thing which kind of seems to be about driving a cab, and the focus was definitely more on sort of like the feeling of driving in the rain with like lots of neon and things like that. I realize it's not a lot to go on, but I'm trying to remember, you know, I'm hoping like the internet hive mind might know what it is. And I probably shouldn't have been surprised that it was, so Alexis was the one to figure out who it was. And again, this is just someone who kind of seems to know everything and like is able to pick up references on like the thinnest of indications. But still, like, is like, oh, I'm absolutely delighted. Like, so it's like I guess there's like two responses that I can give. One is, of course it was you to figure that out. But second of all, it's like, hey, thank you. I was really hoping to find this. And I never thought I was going to be able to find it. But yeah, anyways, I will give you, sorry, I'm really bugged by one thing on the screen. Okay, there we go. I'm going to turn on the display capture and give you a quick look. So again, I don't know when this thing is going to be released, but it was brought to my attention and I've been following it ever since. That's actually a different trailer from what I saw. Like I actually didn't see people getting picked up. But anyways, in transmission, you're an overnight courier in an open world of chilled out synthwave vibes. Think Euro Truck Simulator meets Jalopy on a rainy summer night in 1986. About the game, you wake up at midnight, tune the radio to your favorite station and drive. As a small-time courier, you'll meet a cast of unusual characters, carry their packages across the region, and learn their stories. Deliver packages through the night until the long shadows of dawn call you back to your bed. Your goal is to pick up packages from locations and deliver them on time. It's 1986, so there's no sat-nav. You'll rely on your map and the street signs to learn the best routes. Late deliveries mean less money. At the end of each night, you return to your garage. Completing deliveries and earning cash unlocks new garages and cars, allowing you to travel further, complete bigger deliveries, and building a delivery empire. Gameplay: explore an open world of open highways and sparkling skylines. Deliver packages for a cast of characters in story missions or in an unlimited procedurally generated missions. Upgrade your car from fixer-upper to lean muscle machine. Unlock new garages and take longer jobs and explore more of the world. Hire and manage drivers to build a business empire. Stream radio, MP3s, and podcasts on your car stereo. Photograph your journey with a range of lenses, filters, and effects, and turn off missions and time limits with endless night mode. But yeah, so like I said, I kind of put out a tweet asking about what this potentially was, and like, you know, people are like, you know, Neocab. Like, no, it's definitely not Neocab. It's like, so far as I can tell, this game isn't out yet. And they're like, you know, Cloudpunk. And I'm like, I love Cloudpunk. It's not Cloudpunk. Yeah, anyway, long story short, someone kindly, who again just seems to know everything in the world, let me know, is this the game you're thinking of? And sure enough, it was exactly that. So I'm actually just going to take a quick second here because it still says coming soon, and I want to see if I can maybe find a... I want to see if maybe I can find an updated... Recut the transmission teaser trailer with some newer footage. So that's April 5th, 2019. November 18th, 2022. Just in case Twitter does evaporate, you can keep tabs on transmission via the Steam page. So I'll copy the link there, which will get updated as soon as we have news to share. Give it a wish list if you like. So for those of you who are into what you just saw for that minute, there's a game that might catch your fancy.
Lovely neighborhood. Mwah.
Simulates the freshwater environment of the Amazon basin from the mid-21st century.
River. You either got business with me or news about my Randy. Wouldn't drag your butt out here if you didn't.
Joss, meet V.
So V, is this about my Randy?
I almost hit F on that.
Joss, I don't know how to say this, but Randy was abducted.
Abducted? But he's alive, right? River! Tell me, damn it!
Police caught the guy, but he caught a bullet and he's in a coma, being watched.
But where's Randy?
We're looking, Joss.
Here?
Arguing's not gonna help anyone.
He's my child. You got no place telling me how to behave.
Joss.
Listen, we need to look through Randy's things.
Why?
To find any lead we can. Trust me, Joss.
Just don't destroy anything. Randy doesn't like it when anyone pokes through his stuff.
Let's go, V.
The kids are playing outside. Tell them it's time to eat.
Hang in there, Joss.
What's on your mind?
Think it's good she learned the truth.
That's the trailer. Eyes peeled for details, eh?
Uncle River!
Monique, Dorian. Hey, guys.
Is this your partner?
Just a friend.
God, friend zoned again.
You gonna stay over?
We'll see. Your mom's waiting for you at dinner. This is their old trailer. Randy moved in when I bought him a new one.
Real hellhole. Like in my good old days.
You check around, I'll check the trash.
Top grade device, excellent, disc scratched, audiophile fanatic of dark music styles. Hey Takri, how you doing? Randy's guitar made from mahogany and spruce, date manufactured 2069, strings are loose, hasn't been used for a while. So we've had read Get High at Home like a million times, so I'm gonna avoid the we said go through the trash, you don't.
Got some kind of key here. Real fossil.
Not quite what we're looking for, no.
Sleepy, I definitely feel that. I think it's probably the heat most of all, but doing my best with what we got here.
Some kind of game here. Shipping code on it. Tainted Overlord. You know him well.
He used to send him an album every year for his B-Day.
Ballsy, eh? A latte in the safe. Why not?
Expensive tech. Randy had to scratch for this?
You're joking. No chance Randy could afford hardware like this. Way too pricey. We gotta get in, but I doubt anyone knows the password. Can you crack it?
I am expert.
Let me give it a shot.
Sorry, I need to go into a system that the rest of the world uses. Yeah, okay. That's like 10 degrees higher than the temperatures that I've been really complaining about, so I absolutely feel for your your situation. Okay, I am such a baby about cold water that I grew up in this really wonderful area called the Okanagan. It does get quite hot, and there's the beach, and there's a lake, so being able to just go and go to the beach, swim in the lake, it's just a thing you can do. And I'm like such a baby about cold water that I would swim less because I just the temporary shock of going from hot to cold was sort of enough. And the funny thing is that if I was jumping into the water, that wasn't as bad, because that shock sucks, but you're swimming and you're immersed, so it's not it's much more temporary. But going in step by step is definitely a tricky one. So I have tried on occasion cold showers, and they just don't do it. And not even I know there's a thing lately from some kind of influence. Apparently, just there seems to be cold showers are having a moment now among a few different influencers. And that's not it. It's just more, it's actually a timing thing. So I really like reading in the bath, but the catch is in addition to the reading or just taking a bath, that is so much longer than a shower. And then of course the shower, if the water's hot, the water's warm, you stay a bit longer than you should. And it's just sort of okay, so if there's a it's let's see if we can rein that in a little bit. But with the temperature as it is right now, there is actually a benefit to sort of cooling off. And I don't know if I've just sort of manned up finally, or if it's just the weather, but not only have I finally been able to bear it. I mean, it's still a little uncomfortable, but not as bad as before. But I'm actually rather quick now. But yeah, it doesn't bother me as much. I'm not going to be I think the most intolerable kind of person is the person who won't shut up about the fact that they take cold showers. So I have no intention of becoming one of those guys, but yeah, no, it's I am aware of the benefit. Okay, so this is a bit of a trap. So 55 BD E9, there's no E9 for me to land on, so I need to find a so E9 would be ideal here. So then I'd want to get to the BD, but then I don't have a 55 to move to here, so that doesn't work. In fact, there doesn't seem to be a BD for either of these that gets me to these E9s. But I could get a BD, E9, E9. Oh, here we go. So 50, BD, 55, BD. Nope, that doesn't do it. I would need a 55 to move up onto this. Oh man, this is actually a lot harder than I thought. But I might have found it here. So I do a BD 1C. No, that doesn't exactly work. Yeah, there's no 55. Okay, so BD 1C, 55, BD, E9, E9. There we go.
Eureka. Help me scour this, will you?
No.
Something deeply fucked about that cartoon. My skin's crawling.
Volume 1 of the Blades of Doom trilogy, Chapter 1, Ghosts of Ancestors' Salvation. A silhouette of a gaunt female figure began to take shape among the ebb of the inky fog. By its long braid, the woman held a severed head, only one eye socket clearly visible. Decay had already long begun to melt the face's flesh, exposing the white of bone underneath. The other side fared much better. Then, without uttering a sound, the woman shifted her gaze to pierce the eyes of the weary warrior. "Come, kill me, I am ready for death," she shouted with a cold intensity, prepared to meet her end at last. Balberith, 2043 to 2066. Genius or psychopath? Black metal has produced countless charismatic characters, but the uniqueness of Aidan Burroughs, also known by the monikers Nama and Balberith, is perhaps in a class of its own in the genre. Vocalist, guitarist, bassist, songwriter, ideologue. Some call him a genius, others a fucking psychopath. When a person like Burroughs becomes defined by polar extremes, it's no wonder when he begins to arouse curiosity outside the metal world. There's no diminishing the lasting mark that he's left in black metal, but even music more broadly. Most agree that he was a driving influence for a new wave of metal artists and bands like Tainted Overlord, who have managed to claw their way up from the bowels of metal hell to the almost mainstream music scene. A bunch of messages. Sorry, Anthony 34 to Brandy. I meant to call.
They caught Harris in a vehicle like that.
He reads a lot faster than
Blockaded street. Shit, River. I remember that day. He lives close to an old school.
Anthony 34 to Brandy. I meant to call. Sorry. Spent half the day sitting in my Thornton. Police had all of Watson blocked off, and I was stuck in traffic for hours trying to cross town. Kind of live in an area where I used to go to school, but it looks all different now, so trying to find ways past all those jams made it easy to get turned around. Hope you're not mad. Hey, no problem. I needed to help my mom anyways, etc., etc. Do you have everything ready at your place? Almost. I wanted to say thanks. Guess in general, I'm just...
True angel of empathy, this guy, huh?
I'm just holding on to the thought that there are more people like me out there dealing with the same shit. Why are you helping us anyway? I used to be like you, like all of you. I wasn't spared any of life's cruel twists and turns. Worst of it was when my best friend died. Shit, I'm sorry to hear that. Can I ask what happened? Rare muscle disease. His body just got weaker and weaker until he was a shadow of himself. I wanted to help him more than anything, but there was just no possible way I could. Of course, anyone who helped, he couldn't afford. If he just had the means, he could have bought some super drug or some new body. I don't know. Worse luck than disease was being born into a poor family. Anyways, that's why I do what I do. I couldn't help my best chum, but just maybe there are some people out in the world that I can help. Big trouble in Haywood. Hey, I hope you don't mind, but I
figured out Randy's identity. Sent him the game as a present.
Hey, I hope...
The one you found in his drawer?
The same. Shipping code suggests the prick sent it from the Badlands.
Hey, I hope you don't mind, but I used my admin privileges to find you in real life. That is your home address. Sorry, I hope it's not too weird, but I had a good reason. There's a gift on its way, a game called Big Trouble in Haywood. You know it? Anyway, hope you like it. Have fun. I'm assuming they're going to start talking.
This guy baited Randy like a pro.
Fucked up again. Brandy, Anthony 34. I'm Togan again. I'm sorry. I don't know why I keep doing this. I guess I'm just a piece of shit. You're a perfectly normal person, Randy. You're just like anyone with a gigantic heart still beating in their chest. Remember, I'm always here to talk to, understand you, to help you. I know you'll recover from this like you always have. Last time 3. From Natalie to Brandy. Thanks for yesterday. City from up on that tower looks so beautiful. Honestly, I felt speechless, though maybe that's just because I don't love heights. Really, it was nice, but maybe next time I take you into the city, head to Japantown, grab a bite. You'll love it once you see it. And oh my god, the restaurant my aunt takes me to is sometimes So Nova, XD. Just let me know. Love you, cutie. To Natalie. Yeah, of course, I had fun too. About this restaurant, we'll see. Not sure I have time. Hard to promise anything, so we'll see. Hey, you don't have to worry about Eddie's. We already talked about this. Just let yourself be invited to something nice for once. Love you. Frowny face.
River, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
No. There's no way. Why would he do that?
Not only did they agree to meet, But it looks like Randy was as excited as any kid on his way to a theme park.
Fuck. This creep definitely scrambled Randy's head.
Tell you what, I think your site's really Nova. I think I'm ready to finally meet up in person. Same place and, time and place you wrote before? Because, man, I just can't wait now. Ah, XD. That's right, same as we agreed. Makes me happy to hear you're happy. Just one tiny request. Delete that first email I sent, just in case. Don't want anyone sniffing around something that doesn't concern them. Family. Anthony 34 to Brandy. I understand. I didn't have a normal family either. My mom died young, and my dad, he just tried to give me a future. Wasn't easy enough to make a living on the farm once the cattle pestilence took hold. Eventually, it all just fell out beneath his feet. The cattle, the business, deep depression took his life. I tell you this so you know you're not the only one who lost a father. I understand you so well. The only difference is that it was nomads that stole your dad from you, and from me it was corrupt corpse and their dirty money grabs. That's why I hide all my activity from Corpse. Trauma Team and Biotechnica would be all over me in a second if they knew what I got up to. But I don't have to explain that to you, Randy. You get it. I know you'll keep this all but just between us Chumbas. Stay strong, buddy. I know you got it in you. This is pretty fun.
Natalie must have been the only person Randy trusted.
Can we view this page with a link?
This is pretty fucked, Brandy to Natalie. Hey Nat, check out the site Drugs Are Bad. When you're there, click on the image, the red one with people in it. The hell is this? Some sort of cult? Like, how do you even find this? Just cruising the net. Doesn't matter.
Some kind of link. The one Randy wrote about?
Let's find out.
Alright. So I know what it says to do, but I want to read the original site. So Drugs Are Bad. ncddrugsarebad.pub. It's never too late to change. Addiction can be defeated. Yes, to fight addiction is to go to war with your life, but together, hand in hand, we can emerge victorious. We know who the enemy is, how to outsmart them, his tricks and unexpected blows. We know where he strikes and how much force he uses, his weak points and how to drive him back. For years, we've been researching the most effective strategies to fight drug addiction. Now we're putting them in practice. Together, we can change your destiny because it's never too late. We are the only nonprofit organization in Night City that helps drug addicts. We assist in diagnosing addictions, understanding their causes, and finding the right treatment for everyone. After your treatment is complete, it's all about making sure our innovative wellness and support program does everything it can to prevent a relapse. If you're in a dark place in your life, we're offering you a helping hand. You can trust us. Our mission, we save lives. Drug overdose deaths are steadily on the rise. This is nothing less than an epidemic that is decimating our society, and young people most of all. If we continue to ignore what's right in front of us, thousands of young people will die within the next decade. We won't let this happen. We hope you won't either. Stay clean. Beating addiction is only the first step. For most, the real challenge is what happens after your treatment. Suddenly, you have to go back to your normal life, but normal meant using regularly. The streets being what they are, it's easy to fall back into old habits. We can help you stay clean and support you for as long as you need. You'll always be able to come to us for help. Together, we'll stay clean and undefeated. Contact us at contact@ncddrugsarebad.pub. You can count on us. Tony's Shelter.
A hidden page set up by Anthony Harris.
Christ. I'm gonna be sick.
Good to see you, friend. Welcome to Tony's Haven, the place you've been looking for the place where you can become the best version of yourself, thanks to Tony. I live here with my friends. They came here because they were fed up with seeing their life go to waste, just like you. Think of me as a farmer who looks after his livestock. Get acquainted and stick around. Together, we'll show these old farms what we're capable of. No idea what I'm talking about? Don't worry. I'll explain everything in good time. But it's time for you to decide. Do you want to remain a shadow of yourself or become the person you've always dreamed on being? Come on down.
Jesus, River, this is fucked. Guy preyed on troubled kids. Made habit to target boys like Randy.
This is my fault. If I just paid more attention. Just talked with him more.
Hey, come on. You're not the one to blame here.
Introduce yourself and stick around. I know who you are. You are the boy who's been rejected by society, left to fend for yourself, misunderstood by his family, and deprived of real friends. I was once like you. You can stay here as long as you like because you just found your new home. I have a secret special treatment that'll not only get you back on your feet, but will also free up that weight from your mind and shoulders, make you limitless. Everything you need to bust out of your shackles, you'll find them in my haven. You'll become superhuman, resistant to sickness, strong, healthy, invincible. But before we do that, how about we get to know each other first? Shoot over a message at Anthony34 at ncitydrugsarebad.pub. Remember, you're one of the chosen ones. Error.
There was a
cart
file
video
here.
file not found.
Deleted, looks like. But the name's still there.
That name. Wasn't the video file on Randy's comp called something like that?
Hey, look. The name of this cartoon matches the missing file on Harris's page.
That's what we needed to find for Yawin. V, we've got it.
Randy must have downloaded it.
Sure, but V, don't you get it? This could be the key to Harris's mind.
Here's hoping.
Hey, can you use any of that Netrunner magic to shake anything else out of this?
I didn't seem to get that. Anyways, you alive, Gail, Brandy? Hey, you want to answer my text? Want to answer my hollows? Still alive, man? I have a special delivery from you from a Valentino tune of mine. You just got to pick it up. Anyone in Haywood would give both kidneys for this thing, and I'm still holding it for you, free of charge, like some gonk. Do me a favor and answer, because I'm starting to get pissed.
Could try to pin Anthony's IP address.
All right, I think this is the same puzzle as last. This is considerably easier.
Got it. Afraid I can't do much more, though.
Perfect.
That cartoon, River. Could be what we've been looking for. You said yourself we needed something to get Harris to dream. Send it to Yawin.
Right. Sending it now. Okay. Says she'll get back to me by morning. And that I am a son of a bitch. And, come on. Let's grab a bite. Listen, let's not worry Joss more than we need to, huh? We're hot on the trail. We'll know more tomorrow. That's it.
Dorian, please.
But it really tastes like boogers.
Joss, we're finished.
All done. Off to bed, then.
We left some for you, Uncle River.
Thanks, Monique.
Tell me you found something.
We'll know more tomorrow.
I sent some evidence to the lab. There's a chance we could know where to find Randy by morning.
When's the last time you ate?
Yesterday.
Have mine. I'm not hungry.
Thanks. Maybe later.
River, tell me, and be honest. Will you find him?
I will. I promise. Joss, you mind if V takes Randy's trailer for the night?
No. Sure.
Staying, right? You gotta help me see this through. To the end.
Of course I'll stay.
Find your way all right?
Yup. Gonna hit the sack soon. Can't be easy raising 3 kids on your own.
Well, it wasn't any easier with my husband. In fact, the best days were when he didn't come home.
It's kind of
There were times I wished he'd disappear for a month, just to not have him hang around.
Must have been a relief then, when he left.
For weeks, I cried every night. My husband was killed. The father of my children.
I'm sorry.
Randy changed. He locked up. Not to mention the other two I still had to raise. Life was rough with him and without him. Sometimes there's no solution.
That bad, huh?
His bike in the highway. That was his world. But at home, let me tell you a story. This one time he took Dorian into the city. Had some errand to run, just father and son. He came back that night, dead-ass drunk. Raging at me for calling the cops on him.
Did you?
River found him in some dive and brought Dorian home.
How'd he die?
Thale DeCaldos told me he died an honorable death. Whatever the hell that means. They showed me his body, where his face used to be. Couldn't see the honor in that.
So yeah, I don't want to be too nitpicky of this, but it's a little... Occasionally I notice this in this game. Like, there will be really amazing detail that just looks phenomenal. So I'm thinking in particular, and obviously this is an earlier part of the game, so you can see why the effort was put into that. But like when I'm thinking of that early meeting with Evelyn in Lizzie's bar, you know, just the nice lighting, really, you know, great animation, great model, tons of detail. You're like, oh yeah, you know, this is why it's awesome to play, you know, to play games in this day and age. And this one, for one reason or another, like when she's, you know, lighting her cigarette, the hair, just the detail's not there. And I haven't changed my settings. Like it does really feel like there's kind of a subset of the game which has gotten quite a bit less polished. And like, I'm not as worried about like the food, you know, like we've seen kind of the half hamburger like that in the plate. It is a little funny that they chose to do like, so the thing is you could have set this conversation in lots of other places where there isn't as much attention drawn to the plate or to, you know, to Joss lighting the cigarette and things like that. But it's weird because it's, in some cases it sort of feels like a couple of different games. And to just be clear, like, I don't care that much about this. I'm more noticing it because there are parts of the game which look so amazing. And then this, it's sort of like, oh, wow, this is kind of, I'm not quite sure why this is like this. But anyways.
Let's, change the subject. Hang in there, Joss.
V, wake up.
Not done sleeping.
Yalwyn called. It worked. The cartoon. He's dreaming.
You got the BD?
Right here. Slot it in. Jack into the computer. I want to see it on the monitor.
I still haven't learned. Don't plug random things from dangerous people in my head.
That dock of yours is quick, not bad.
What's the matter with you, Anthony? I have to report this. I hope you understand that. This isn't normal behavior. Anthony, you killed Liam's turtle.
He was sick. He wouldn't eat, stayed in his shell. I just wanted to help him.
By injecting him with HGH? What were you thinking? Is this something your father taught you? Good people took you in, extended their trust. This is how you repay them? Your friend died. I understand. But that is no excuse.
Fuck you.
What did you just say? Okay, I've had enough. Principal's gonna hear about this. Your foster parents, too. I see. Like father, like son.
Don't you dare talk about my dad!
That's right, you little shit. I know it all. Farm failed. Dad put a bullet in his head.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! You can't talk about my dad, you prick! You can't! You can't! He was sick, weak. I just wanted to help him.
Future civilian, unknown, cheap, well-worn, Night City, midnight, 2040s.
What's the matter with you?
It is a nice touch to have the corporate advertising in the school cafeteria.
Huh, I recognize this shooting. It was a case study back at the academy. Give me a sec to check which school that was. Laguna Bend. Oh, looks like the whole town got flooded in the 50s. Well, at least we know the general area where Harris lived.
Guess that'd be that.
Oops. Oh, just let me see the clue already. Okay then.
Trophy. Old one. Dated from 2042. First place in an interscholastic wrestling tournament.
Tony! Where you going now? Come here!
Coming!
Tony, come here!
Yeah, Dad?
You forget something? I asked you a question!
I don't know.
Choline and methionine levels. See anything odd?
Too low?
You were supposed to check before school. What do you gotta say for yourself? Cow's gonna die because of you. Gotta kill it like you killed your mama.
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize, just dial up her hormones. And shut off that goddamn cartoon! How many times I gotta tell you not to leave it like that, hmm? Half the day I spent trying to turn that shit off.
cartoon. Tony really seemed to love it.
Guess that'd be that.
Who doesn't love seeing stuff like this a second time around? Am I right? All right.
Harris looks even younger here.
Where you going, Nat?
See that? Cow's sick, like the rest.
I mean, it's kind of clear from this alone, like exactly what we're dealing with here, right? It's sort of this kid's upbringing has given him this idea that, you know, the sick need to be plugged full of hormone. It's already describing what's happened to the victim. I'm not entirely sure why that translates to abductions. I mean, it could just be that, you know, what we're seeing as preying on the weak is his definition of sickness, but it's not exactly a mystery from this scene alone. I got a warning that this stream has excessive tobacco use. I always knew you were sponsored by Philip Morris. Yeah, so the deal here is that so I can't actually label the stream as quote-unquote mature anymore in the settings. So basically it seems that this stuff gets like based on your selection of content, it's basically going to give you the warnings, which I'll be honest with you, I actually kind of like the fact that at least the baseline in terms of content is being covered by the category. I do think there are some imperfections in terms of the warning. So if you go into games and demos, it's basically like every single bad filter is going to wind up on there. So even if you're playing like an everything rated game that just doesn't exist inside of the categories on Twitch, it's basically gonna give you the this has everything label. And I have a feeling that that's probably, like, I don't think they're just covering their backsides with that. I think probably what's happening is this is creating an incentive for people to categorize their content better. And of course, that gives Twitch the thing that Amazon loves more than anything else, which is data. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is, like, again, I think they want to, obviously they want to make money with their advertising, and it's better to be more cautious in your labeling than not. So, you know, that's a reason on its own. But again, I don't think it's going to hurt that, you know, creating a situation in which a category is a generic category is less attractive to advertisers is going to be. So an example of this, a similarly generic stream would be just chatting. And I have a feeling that you probably get a little bit more selection in terms of that, despite the fact that just chatting is most likely where you're going to be running into content which is falling afoul of the advertising guidelines. So, but I don't know. It's their platform, their rules.
Looks like a cattle bioscanner for checking vitals.
Got no way to ID him. Kid's father was a real hard ass.
I'm not gonna lie. Well, I don't like seeing sad kids. It's like, this is definitely
cattle injectors for hormones, antibiotics. People ate meat loaded with this shit.
It's like one of the things to make me just feel really terrible in a game is to see sad kids. So like Outlast 2 was just that was a tough one for me. So yeah, this is definitely
supplements in the feed for disease-free livestock.
As soon as I saw that it was like a school memory, I'm like, okay, this is just gonna be a miserable little side quest for me. Thanks for explaining, but I've just taken up smoking because of you. Oh no, I mean, by all means, if anything, you can buy the System Shock branded cigarettes. You know, they take like 8 times as long to give you the same amount of cancer. It's pretty great. Oh, actually, I remember why I was going on the book lifestyle thing. That was going to be a Book of Hours reference, and I totally forgot the Book of Hours part before I needed to.
And where are you up to, Mike? Come here, you rascal. You'll hurt yourself. Tony'll take good care of you. Easy now.
I think this might be the place, V. It's a recent memory. Gotta be his hideout.
Got some cables.
Ah, yes, we just need to look for the building with cables. Thanks, V.
Got a clock. An hour to midnight.
Alright, so he was at least at a place that was 1 hour before midnight at some point in the past.
Looks like Peter Pan turned this farm into a goddamn final bastion.
Fuel. Must have been an auto shop or something here at some point.
Having trouble placing this one. Oh, there we go.
Fuck me. He treats the kidnapped boys like cattle.
Wait a minute. He was giving them the hormones like he saw in the previous dream? Mind blown. I do. Okay, I shouldn't. That's mean of me to point out. There is a reason why games have a crouching and jumping tutorial at the start, right? Like, I know I say stuff like that. I feel bad every time I do because it's a cheap shot. It's kind of like having a channel dedicated to like hating on games. It is like the easiest thing to do. A great example of this, the Activision Blizzard Microsoft merger, acquisition, whatever you want to call it. I guess acquisition's the better title because they're just paying cash for the thing. You know, there's like no shortage of YouTube channels that did very well spouting absolute nonsense about it. And you know, that is the game we're all in, right? If you want to be informed, too bad. You know, that is not what sells. You can only make one informative video out of this, which is to say the FTC's case is not very good. I mean, okay, so now that I've divested myself of my Activision Blizzard shares, I bought it for the quote-unquote arbitrage opportunity. Now, the thing is that it wasn't arbitrage because there's a very real chance that wouldn't go through. The FTC chair right now is who wrote a paper about the danger of monopoly, like basically calls Amazon a monopoly and the dangers of having that. It is a much more active FTC than before. And I don't necessarily want to hate on the FTC for doing that, because as consumers, we should actually care about this stuff. However, I do not think that the Activision Blizzard Microsoft deal is the one that is like it's gonna ruin gaming for us. I know a lot of people who like PlayStation feel that, but that's, there is a difference between protecting PlayStation, like Sony and PlayStation fans, and then there's a difference, and then there is, actually creating competition in a space. Same reason that people didn't like the Epic Store. The whole idea of exclusives are actually enshrined in competition law. They are considered to be a way in which competition, flourishes. So I realize that sounds counterintuitive, but that's the way it is. Take it up with the FTC if you don't like that. But yeah, so calling it arbitrage is wrong, because our arbitrage is a very specific thing. But with that in mind, I was putting a fair amount of confidence in the fact that it would be approved. I was perhaps a little nervous when the UK regulator... So the thing is that the UK regulator behaved differently from the way that it kind of seemed that it was going. So that was definitely a point where I was like, I might have attached myself to something not so good. There was a period when it dipped down even lower, and I just bought more because I felt reasonably confident in it. The lawsuit from the FTC was not as big of a surprise to me. And again, that is more just a comment on the character of the FTC. I'd put it to you this way. I think the fact that they tried to appeal the ruling was a little silly, because I think it was fairly clear. Like, again, I just don't know really what their case is. I don't think it's wrong that they're doing their job, but I feel that they could have done better. Like, they didn't really give that much scrutiny to the Sony Bungie acquisition, and obviously that is a very different scale, but I would think it would be fair to say that Sony is doing very well in gaming right now, and one of the things that Microsoft is trying to do is bring themselves up to a point where they are properly competing with Sony, which, again, they've already bought a lot of different companies, but Redfall wasn't exactly the killer app that everybody was looking for. So anyways, that whole so I feel I can speak a little more freely about it, but I felt very confident in terms of it. Obviously, I put my money where my mouth is. I did sell it now because I think I sold it at like 92 and change. Let's see where it's at now. Oh, it's at 90.07. But yeah, so like the thing is, for me, if you've got like millions of shares, the $3 between the cash that Activision's going to pay for that and like basically that over a very large position, that money adds up. For me, it doesn't add up. I was very happy to leave $2 and change on the table for the very possibility that like maybe the CMA is going to throw another wrench in, or maybe like there's like a 13 billion walk away, like basically there's like a walk away penalty. So I think Microsoft needs to pay Activision Blizzard $13 billion. And the thing is that the reason why Activision did that deal was because of the California lawsuit. The thing is that Bobby Kotick has he's had a situation where he's potentially had the company bought out and he would be out before. I wouldn't be entirely surprised. Like, so I don't know exactly what the legal requirements here are, but obviously that company is less troubled than it was when the acquisition was announced, right? The Call of Duty's had some good releases at the time. Call of Duty seemed to be stumbling. Diablo is a huge success. Again, that wasn't guaranteed at the time. There was actually talk of the game being troubled, and they did have a few very senior people leave specifically because of what I'll diplomatically refer to as the HR problems that company was having. So the thing is that like Activision Blizzard is in much better shape than it was when the acquisition was announced. The whole reason the acquisition became attractive was because of the low share price. And of course, Microsoft is looking to get into mobile. So I think Zynga was originally a target, but 2K picked that up. So the thing is that I would not be surprised, given Kotick's history and given the fact that the company is in much better shape than it was before. Like, I don't think he'd be unhappy if the deal fell through, right? Activision Blizzard's $13 billion richer for it. He gets to stay at the top of the company, something that I think is probably unlikely for him moving forward. So there are actually ways that this can still fail, which is one of the reasons why there's like that $4 and a little bit difference is there. And like the thing to remember is that like I bought shares at like $75 a share. I think there was like I think my earlier buy was around like $80 or something like that. And I obviously collect the dividends while I went through. But yeah, like when people got very pessimistic about the deal closing, that was the time to sort of buy up some more and lower like the average price for it. And so in this case here, like I said, the difference of a couple of dollars isn't that much to me, but I can lock in some really handsome gains off of it. Like the majority of the upside that I saw to that has already been realized. So in this case here, I'm, like I said, the position's small. If I had millions of shares, I might see it through to the end. I don't have millions of shares, thus I take the money and run. But yeah, I didn't want to talk as strongly about. I think I said in the past that I had some Activision Blizzard shares, but I didn't want to talk too strongly about it because I think the one drawback is that people can hear that sort of stuff, run in and follow, and like I kind of know what the case against was. Like I had a rough idea in terms of what it would look like if the deal fell through, and I don't know. And I kind of had my contingency plans if that happened as well and such. And the thing is that if you just kind of follow along, you don't have that information. And so as a result, I don't mind talking about this stuff, but it's more interesting to talk about the circumstances surrounding the thing. So with that in mind, for those of you thinking of buying Activision Blizzard to take advantage of the difference between the current price and the closing price, it is possible for the game or for the deal to fall through, and if the deal falls through, there is a lot of. So the thing is, your maximum upside is about $4 a share. Your potential downside is tens of dollars per share. So the risk reward trade-off is very different from what what it was prior to the deal. So before, like the low after the lawsuit was announced was $57.28 a share. After the deal was announced, like immediately before the deal was announced, it was $66.16. After the deal was announced, $82.30. Now, admittedly, the previous highs have been $103.50 a share, but the company has gone to like $40 or $50 a share. So you're potentially seeing like half the money vanish if the if the deal falls apart. I don't think it would be half, to be honest. But the thing is, there's a lot more downside than the few dollars a share going through. But what I'd meant to say, so sorry, this was originally motivated by the idea of me sort of making fun of the fact that it's, you know, they're telling me what seems very obvious. It feels to me like some of the cheapest content that I can make. It's so easy to hate on, you know, on bad games, or it's so easy to hate on like really obvious stuff. But this is actually the developer taking the time to help people along. People have different understandings. Not everybody is playing the game in as much detail. And more importantly, you might have something going on the other monitor while you're playing. Maybe watching a Twitch stream, you actually might be watching something that's Cyberpunk related while you're doing it. You could have like edge runners on. And so there's actually a lot of value in doing this kind of repetition and revealing it. And like, it's idiots like me who are like, oh, I'm too smart for this game, that ruin it. Because like, I'm sure there's like 10 other things I haven't noticed in this game, and the game has never bothered to remind me of me being a bit of an idiot. But again, it's so hard to not to comment, because like obviously this is the payoff for the thing that we've known since, you know, like 2 messages or maybe 1.5, it might be better to say, dream sequences before.
Hearing what I'm hearing?
Trash barge. That's the signal to dump. Has to be a landfill nearby.
Machine controls an injection system for stimulants, hormones, something. Look, another one.
Fire department search stamp right here. City South. Perfect. Don't see Randy anywhere.
The terminal controls the pens. Gotta be another deck somewhere for the mines and turrets.
Okay, I seem to have highlighted something and then... Oh, it was the... Okay, afraid, nervous, elevated muscle tension. Why would he have any of these things, though?
Signage on the farm model points to Petrochem.
Petrochem was the other company I was thinking of earlier. Something I could see... Oh, here we go.
Hey, the illuminated towers. Promoting the Us Cracks album that came out then. Colors changed every hour.
I think that might be it.
Not so sure, River. We ought to explore. Okay, so where do we sit now exactly?
We know Harris still lives near an old school that's now underwater. You can see the NC skyline and the Us Cracks towers from the farm. It's a few miles out. Farm's located near a landfill. We know that too. Shipping code on the game Randy got from Harris traces out to the Badlands. Harris's IP places him outside Night City, within a radius of 12 miles or so. Those towers promoting the Us Cracks album. Colors change regularly, once an hour. So we know the time.
11 at night.
Right. And that puts the farm east of the city. Southeast, actually. Stamp on the NCFD certificate was from the southern region. Farm model's a Petrochem design, so that eliminates any others. Which narrows it down to Edgewood Farm. That's gotta be our place.
So, we've got it.
Just hope we didn't fuck it up. Come on, we gotta go.
Got his antique key again. Why not? Liberum Arbitrium review. Pretentious banality dunked in a sloppy symphonic sauce. Chromatic rock pretender at its worst. Caricature at best. Okay, sure. Heavy riffs, check. Unique vocal growl, check. Essence of the 60s, check. But all of it gets drowned out in a flood of cliche dark tones that's too much for even neo-kitsch gen fans to swallow. There's no punch, no curb stomp of edge. Honestly, by the standards of the genre, it's a fucking lullaby. So this is the Pitchfork review. I'd love to put this review to bed, or in an unmarked grave, but I haven't even talked the lyrics. They made me roll my eyes so violently I sprained an optic nerve. Nowhere was it worse than in the titular track, Liberum Arboretum. Arboretum would probably be... Arbitrium. The band's anthem about the violations of human free will. What's the enigmatic evil depriving us of that matters most in life? You guessed it, corpse. I yawned so loud I put the singer's growl to shame. The latest album from Tainted Overlord is nothing short of a chromatic rock mix you burned a decade ago, erased from memory, then found wedged under your couch next to a dusty Carlson's burger. Diehards of the band will find something to scratch that itch, but anyone else looking for a fresh sound is better off blowing a concussion grenade in a cookware outlet. I think it's just pointing me to all the other evidence again. I'm trying to figure out what the deal is with this antique key, but I don't think I'm going to find an answer. That's a clue I missed. Or wasn't supposed to find, possibly? Here's a question for you. So obviously I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, which also means that I probably need to think about...
Let this work. It's gotta work. Done more in 2 days than the NCPD accomplished in weeks.
Not hard to do, but yeah, you're right. Thanks, V. For everything.
We'll find him, River.
Sooner how he felt. What was eating at him?
This isn't your fault.
I'm his uncle, V. And I wasn't there for him.
You're a terrible uncle.
Fuck!
It's that kind of language that turn him into what he is. Yeah, I probably do need to think about going to bed at some point because I am going to be doing a longer stream tomorrow,
Randy.
hopefully.
Please hold on.
I'm curious, for those of you who are around here, how would you feel about a horror game? I don't mind changing it up among a few, but it's occurred to me it's been a while since I've done a relatively stoic approach to a horror game.
Grab something!
River, this is the farm. We got it.
I know. Let's get to the barn quick.
Good damn, Jamie Sam. Does anybody... Actually, so I'm curious. So, not that it has to be a horror game. Sorry, I'm just going to take a quick second for this. Not that it has to be... And I will get to the game really quickly. I just need to... I just saw a message that I'd like to... I'd like to follow up on really quick. But yeah, it doesn't have to be a horror game by any means, but if I were to do such a game, is there a preference, assuming I own it, but one of the reasons I'm asking for preferences is to see if it's something I can accommodate. Obviously, I have things I can kind of consider on my own, but all right. Message dealt with. C55, 1C. Obviously, it's my responsibility to figure out what I'm doing on stream. So please don't feel obligated to answer that. I'm just the hope is just to do something that people find fun. Last time I was here, you said you were thinking about Outlast. I think. Yeah. Well, that's just it. Like it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be any of that. Like it's more just a chance for people to express a preference if they're so inclined. I could probably turn off every one of these mines, but I will avoid doing that to hopefully not bore you all to tears. Is it spooky season? I'm trying to avoid like doing a Halloween horror stream because everybody does that. I mean, who can say no to a little thievery, right? Oh, isn't Labor Day the next holiday? Or do you not have that in America? I don't know. I took today off, and I'm taking Monday off. So. Surveillance camera, but apparently I can't turn it off. There we go. Yeah, there's no rush to save these people. The Joy of Influence, 5 simple rules. 1. Exude authority, speak with conviction in absolutes, and never, ever lose confidence in yourself. God, this is for YouTubers. 2. Practice the rule of reciprocity. Make sure people always feel like they owe you something. 3. Be unavailable. Make yourself seem like a very busy person whose time is more valuable than theirs. Every meeting, even a meeting, is a sacrifice. 4. Demand engagement. Remember, if a client is forced to give you enough attention, backing out will be even harder. 5. Make them like you. People like people who are similar to them. Never forget it. Manipulation, easier than you think. The most fundamental yet effective manipulation technique is what we call undermining. For the manipulator to get the target to do what he or she wants, the target must first accept the manipulator's opinion as true or valuable. This is easiest to achieve by making the target feel inferior through harsh criticism. The more accurate, the better. The target will begin to yearn for praise from the manipulator, becoming more open to cooperation. That is manipulation. Man, you learn all sorts of useful things in these games.
Gotta be here. Have a look around.
The consciousness curse. Man dies the way he was born, soft, weak, and helpless. Death, the one certainty in this universe of chaos, can be both a tragic end and a release from suffering. It can come as an unexpected twist or as a beautiful crowning counterpoint to a life well lived. The curse we face as humanity, the only living beings in constant awareness of our death, is an inordinate focus on the fact. How much happier is the life of the gazelle that escapes the cheetah's clutches, thinking that it evaded death once and for all, than the poor soul living out his days knowing each step inches him closer to the void. Again, I definitely think this is consistent with a lot of stuff that we are reading in this game relating to these very real concerns about mortality. Braindance Kit User's Manual. With this Braindance Kit, you are able to play all commercial braindances formatted on compatible data storage media. For safety and certification reasons, the device should never be modified or tampered with in any way. Should you have technical questions or concerns, please contact an accredited technician. If used in ways other than those designed, personal injury and damage to the device may occur. Please retain the following information in the event the device is put up for resale or given to a third party after purchase. 1. Setup. Remove kit from packaging. 2. Insert Braindance media into the drive slot or use the provided cable to connect it to a parent device. 3. Sit in a calm and quiet area and place the device on your head. 4. Turn on the device and enjoy the Braindance experience. Note, accepting the above terms, conditions, and instructions means you waive any responsibility on the part of the manufacturer and all affiliated parties for any injuries and damages incurred during the use of the device. Enjoy! I can help you, Anthony34 to Quasar Seeker. Hello, I'm happy to see that you signed up for my help program. I'd like to hear more about you. What's your name? What's been bothering you? It really matter? I'm nobody. I'm a zero. Nobody cares about me, but thanks for pretending to anyway. Give me a chance. Whatever. I'm Sean. Been thinking about death a lot lately. Now nothing matters, and how nothing matters, and why even try. My folks don't want me to be an embarrassment, but I'm a piece of shit, so fuck me, right? I keep fucking up and trying harder is just more miserable. I can't even get out of bed most days. So yeah, guess that's it. Let me help, Sean. I know how to solve every one of your problems. You're worth more than you think. Trust me. It's all real. To Ray Ray Bongo. Hello, you asked in the application if this is all for real. I can assure you, Ray Ray Bongo, it absolutely is. Let's take the next step and you'll see yourself. Of course, before I can help you, it would be better if we got to know each other first, don't you think? My name's Tony. And you? Fuck off, Tony. Don't worry, to Brandy. Hello, you have nothing to worry about. Everything you say stays between us. First, just tell me a little about yourself. Nothing to tell. My dad's dead, and I live in a shithole with my mom, bro, and sis. This is the email that he got us to delete, by the way. I got an amazing girlfriend who's wasting her time on me. I have a cop uncle who still wants to make something out of me. Yeah, good luck. Not that we talk much these days anyway. What else? Oh, I'm poor and a fucking waste of air and space. At least my dad had respect. I got nothing. Can't even afford many chrome. Only thing I did get lately was my ass beat by my chooms. My mom wanted to flatline herself once, so I can't talk to her about anything or I'll be the reason she slits her wrists. Hard to see how things get any worse, but even harder to see how they get better. My whole life's a fucking cosmic joke. The first step in improving your life is acknowledging where it has failed. Good news is that the first step is already behind you. I've been in your shoes before, I know how you feel, and I know how to help. Let me in, open up, and everything will be fine in no time. You'll see. Fantastic news to Finnegan. Hello, I'm thrilled to hear you overcame your illness. That tells me how strong you are inside. It's always good to have the strength of others to support you too. Your rehabilitation is the next step on the road to healing. You've already healed your soul, now let me take care of your body. Together, I know we can't fail. Oh. I'm pretty sure this is not going to be where I find the security system. I would have thought it was the computer, but... Oh.
Got cables coming out of this wall. Should be a switch somewhere.
did I miss that?
Try disabling the defense system, then haul ass to the barn.
Tinkerbell. One tap and you're off to Neverland. Understanding your teen. The teenage years are truly the most difficult period in a person's life. Not only is it a time of enormous hormonal changes to the brain, but it's also a time of searching for one's identity. The teen starts to seek authority figures outside the family, most often among their peers, but also among celebrities, rocker boys, or even fixes and mercenaries. To become an authority figure to teens, all you really need to do is have a unique style. Maybe throw in a few nice phrases criticizing the system, and most importantly, convince the teenager that you, and only you, understand. So actually, this is really funny because I know for my own case, I can when it says they look for authority figures, I'm like, screw that. I was definitely looking away, but then it specified outside of family. Although weirdly enough, I still think it's the same conclusion because the biggest thing for me, and this maybe just communicates massive problems with my personality, but it was me. Like that was the biggest one for me, was definitely becoming quite a bit more secure in terms of, just kind of like asserting myself, not necessarily feeling a need to live for other. And this makes me sound like such a jackass, I realize, but like in a mild, like the pro-social way, right? It's not to like not care at all about what other people think, but definitely feel that it is important to have a very clear sense of oneself and what is right, and so on and so forth. Probably doesn't help I was reading a certain amount of certain types of philosophers that one reads around that time, but yeah, no, I was gonna say, it's like, this doesn't make sense. But yeah, the idea of like finding celebrities and things like that. I guess I was kind of like, I admired Stanley Kubrick, but I feel that's more of like a talent thing. I didn't necessarily see him as like an admirable individual to emulate. I think that was mostly because I had no idea what he was like as a person. All right, files. Braindance kit we've already done. We'll turn off the fuse because we can. Turn off the... I think we have done... Yeah, we've done these. I guess the submachine gun is the thing that stuns, so I should be focused a little bit more on that. Oh, we turned all of them off, it looks like. Or at least a good number of them.
V, get down! Damn it, right behind you!
He's really freaking out about something. Juice top 8 dangers. Juice, the animal's favorite drink, is a miracle elixir, the dream come true of every scrawny twig-limbed Skeletor that dreams of having boulders for chesticles. But is it safe? Apparently it poses particular problems for men, 8 problems to be exact. Here are the top 8 dangers of using juice. A temporary increase in sexual ability followed by a sharp decline. Men are also at risk of priapism. I really wish they didn't explain what that was, because I would have definitely had an opportunity. Does anybody know why they call it priapism or priapism? Because we can go into a little Greek mythology here if you want. Sounds Shimra, but it could be painful. Yeah, I was gonna say the answer of, so if it gives you a temporary increase followed by a sharp decline, the answer is just pop another one once the decline starts. Gynecomastia, i.e. enlarged breasts, often irreversible. Balding on the head, but increased hair growth on the chest, back, stomach, and legs. Changes in your skin, such as acne on the face and shoulders. Kidney problems, resulting in increased protein content in urine. Kidney scarring may be an indication of focal segmental glomerulosclerosis. Glomerulosclerosis. Sorry, sclerosis. I'm terrible at pronouncing, well, pretty much everything, but Muscles may grow asymmetrically, often leading to muscle weave tearing. Prostate cancer, it'll hurt every time you take a piss. Finally, the winner, liver failure resulting in jaundice and pruritic rash, even fibrosis and cancer of the liver. Still interested? Not scared of the risks? Then good luck, and we'll see you in the hospital. I thought there was something to pick up in the area here. There was like a blue item. Anyways, it doesn't matter. As much as I'd love to go barging through the front door, I think it makes a heck of a lot more sense to drop in.
River! Come here, quick! Oh, fuck.
I don't know why I was like sneaking around. I was like, the owner is gone. Randy Kutcher, average teenager, poisoned, extremely high prolactin levels. Make It Go Boom. We are proud to present the second revised edition of Make It Go Boom, the only make-your-own explosives guide you'll ever need. The previous edition was a smash hit. However, just like in the previous edition, the authors and publishers bear no legal responsibility for any incorrect adherence to the production process in this book, or even any correct adherence that results in an unexpected premature explosion. Or are we talking about the juice again? Do you want to play with pyrotechnics? You take the risk.
Hanging in there. We made it. V, shut down the machine. Can't unlink Randy otherwise. Randy. 1052. I repeat, I've got a 1052 at a farm south of the city. Yes, send the fucking squad! Yeah, we're laying coordinates now. No, several, at least. Do it quick, damn it. Oh, and watch for automated defenses on site. They're substantial.
Turn them off.
Okay, all disconnected.
Check the others. Could still be alive.
Right.
Have anything for me to like loot?
Alive. Whoa, whoa, easy there, easy now. Hey, you're all right now. Been dead a few days already.
V, help me with Randy.
I'm helping the others.
It's okay. Don't be scared. We're here to help. You're a bit dehydrated, but you're gonna be fine.
V, help me with Randy. Need to look.
Yeah, let's just have a coffee while we unpack the nightmare farm. You nerves of steel there, V.
We did it, River. Yep, we sure did. But I'm not about to leave it like this. The horror that bastard inflicted. Can't let it go.
What do you want to do? Zero him?
Exactly. Squeeze the life out of him with my bare hands. Sick fuck has to die.
River, come on, man. It won't change anything. Anthony Harris is a sad sack of meat, hooked up to a respirator now.
For how long? He has to die. It's the only way I'll be sure.
Stop. Gonna throw your life away getting revenge on a brain-dead vegetable?
Well, I don't know. Maybe you're right. But it's driving me crazy not doing anything.
Actually, got quite a bit you can do, River. Joss, Randy, the kids. They're gonna need you now. More than ever.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Forget about Harris. Take one day at a time. But rest first. Once your head's on straight again, give me a hollow. We'll talk.
Yeah. Need a little time to myself now. But then I'll call you. I will.
Hey, we're ready for evac. Are you riding along or not?
Really, V. Thanks. Couldn't have done it without you.
No problem. Hey, don't be a stranger.
So that was an interesting one. Like, you don't normally think about... I mean, obviously this isn't a serial killer, but, like, you don't normally think of a story like this in a cyberpunk setting. Out of curiosity, I'm sorry to keep referring to other media, but I don't suppose any of you have read the
Poor boys. All your years, ever seen anything like this?
8 years in the Force. Nothing comes close. Beyond twisted.
Hey, V, not like I'd be afraid of riding shotgun with you or anything, but put some practice in before the next race, okay? Hey, you consider me a menace on the road? If anyone's a menace on the road, it's me. You just get us to the finish line in one piece. Final practice, promise. That's why I love you, V. Less than 3. Wait, so there's an actual job the Beast and me... Oh, that's right. I had something to do with Pan Am. I think I'm going to do... Oh, no, we need to wait the day for her to contact me anyway. So I guess we'll do with a little help from my friends. But I also kind of feel like I should wrap up. I don't know. Is there interest in me doing another mission? Or if it was another race with Claire, I know that's quick. So I wouldn't have had much of a problem doing that. The Aldecaldos one is a little more tricky, but not... Like, it's not a deal breaker. It's just I know the last time I checked... there's a few more people here now, so... You up for watching another? Okay. Let's see how far we can go. I might need to step away for a minute, just, you know, do the usual refill the tea and... Oh, actually, before I do that, I think I can afford another car. You gonna... Okay, I definitely need another car. Yes. We can buy the Javelina. Okay, here's the deal. It's not going to be that much longer, because it is almost 2 o'clock. Oh, okay. I also forgot I have a meeting tomorrow, so I can't start as early as I wanted to in terms of a... a stream for tomorrow. Okay. I'm going to take a couple minutes of a break. I'm definitely going to get some more tea. I can't promise I'm going to go super long, because it's already... I'm already like 90 minutes over. But yeah, no, we can definitely do a little bit more. So, yes, I'm going to run ads because I like money. But no, get up, get a stretch, take a break, get a glass of water, do something. It's hot. I don't care, but do something other than watch these stupid ads. We'll be back. And if there are any topics that you were interested in, because I know we started talking about the Activision Blizzard stuff, and then I was talking a bit about book stuff, but I never actually finished the book stuff. If any of those caught your attention or other topics caught your attention, I'm happy to make it a pseudo AMA or otherwise just do, talk about fun stuff for the last little bit. But we'll do that after the break. I'll try and be back within 5-ish minutes or so. See you then. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
To find the answer, check out the latest book from Richard Sanchez titled Homo Sapiens. In a nutshell.
If I get a chance, I'd also like to sell off some of the junk I picked up. Or not junk, but you know what I mean. Items. Sorry, I tried to have a snack and I almost smashed into something. Let's just see if there's any upgrades. The revolver. See, machine gun. So I'm not replacing any of this. I'm not going to sell all of it, but I do have some improvements. Cool. I wish it was delicatessen. Kirisco. Alcohol. No bullshit. Which of course implies that there may be trace amounts of bullshit in the other products. Well, it's better than the goofy hat that I was wearing before. That's not a Canadian uniform. Nobody in Canada looks like that. Sorry, chance to make money. We're gonna do it. Hell. Oh, hey guys.
Give him a take!
Whoa, that's not fair. I don't know if I killed them or not, but no! That definitely killed him. I feel kind of bad about that.
Now you're gonna get it.
Don't know my own strength. Okay, now I did get a there was like a what is it? Shard that I want to follow up on. Like I said, I don't know my own strength. Okay, double F, 1C, BD. These are all traps. So if I do 7A FF, the only BD I can, or no, there's 2 BDs I can get. BD FF. But then I would want a second FF, which isn't up here. And if I do BD FF, there's no FF along here. There's no FF along here. Oh, but what about here? Nope, there's still no FF. So if I try FFFF, none of those are supported up here. So my best bet would be I wonder if I can get away with the BD 5555 actually. BD 5555. Yeah, one of those FF. I don't think there's any FFs. Okay, there's one over here. All right, so, but there's no 55s that take me down to like. Okay, one of these BD 55. But then that doesn't get me the 1C. Yeah, this has the 1C I need. Okay, I'm gonna close this out and try for a better one. So it's either this one or this one, so I want an E9 BD one next. E9 BD. I don't think it matters which one I take. I will also stop munching now. I'll tea instead. Okay, while I'm at it, let's try and find that shard. Archive conversation, Lori Banco and Amat Escalante. Head to the corner of Gray and Maligara. Priscilla O'Connor's house is around there. Yeah, you gotta break in and get her to tell you where that bitch Juliet is hiding. Nobody kills our chooms and gets away with it. Nobody. Got it? We're here, going in. And, you got something? Lori, we've been talking to Priscilla for over an hour, and she's still saying Juliet left town and cut all contact. Maybe she's telling the truth? Then get her to tell you everything she knows, which way Juliet went, what she likes, and where her family is, how she got in touch, when she might be back, and how she takes her coffee, the way she wipes her ass. I want everything. And then what? Then tell me the ass-wiping method. Then I don't care. I don't feel you can get a level of cleanliness that's required unless you actually stand on your head during the operation. That might just be a me thing, but for those of you that haven't tried it, that's the optimal method. Obviously, these are the tips that you get when you watch the late night System Shock channel. Jesus, no. Don't disrespect the maple syrup like that. Real maple syrup. Okay, anytime I buy something, like anytime I'm in the grocery store, 100% read it's like when I go to a restaurant. I read the menu right to left, just like I buy my groceries. If there's a cheap way of doing it, I'm gonna do it. But syrup's the thing I pay up for. I don't eat like a lot of waffles or anything like that, but when I do, I did once get the bourbon barrel aged syrup. That's not a usual thing, but I can see the appeal. But the real maple syrup's enough. And it's graded. There's different levels of darkness. Besides, all you Americans, you got Vermont. Maple syrup's not just a Canadian thing, no matter how much you want to pretend it is. But one appropriate use is if you need an air freshener, maple syrup scented air freshener. Also, who could forget the epic short story tapping a maple tree on a cold Vermont morning? Anybody familiar with that story? I hope I got the title right. If I don't get one positive response to that, I'm going to be very sad. I'm going to say you are all people without culture. That's actually kind of a deep cut, but it's actually one of the more interesting parts. For those of you not familiar with it, it's a reference to the show Mad Men. So there's a character called Ken Cosgrove, who moonlights as a short story writer, and it's not something I really kind of registered. Like, it was a character who did short stories. Like, I kind of, I just kind of thought that was a neat little character trait on it, but then I actually paid a little more attention to the stories, and I definitely realized there was a bit of commentary on the characters and what was happening inside of it, and more importantly, the Don Draper character absolutely registers what that is. So that was definitely a moment where it just completely flew over my head the first time I noticed it. But yeah, no, it's that particular short story was I believe it actually appeared in the Atlantic to advertise Mad Men. The story itself was not great. Like, it was definitely very, very much intended to make a lot of people who are familiar with Mad Men sort of like nod and smile. But I did like some of Cosgrove's stories in that series. For those of you that haven't seen Mad Men, that's worth it. I actually haven't seen it all the way to the end, but I would say that it has lived up to the hype. Apparently nobody got paid for anything on that, but well, you don't need to see the back of my vehicle anymore. Now you do. Do it GTA style. Ah! Now the front's asymmetrical. I'm sure Dad won't burst into flames if we cross into the church. How do you like this for symmetry, Elkrins? Normally I get a message from the former owner telling me what a good purchase I've made, so I probably just bought a lemon. Alright, go to the Aldecaldo camp. Great Nomad Saga continues. Panam's up to something. That girl just doesn't know when to quit. And my god, I love her for it. You don't seem to know either, considering you want to go back out there. Maybe you could save us all some time. Pitch a tent out in the desert. I think we both know that this isn't just about the job anymore. Hello, Samaboba. Let's see if we can avoid smashing the thing up on our way out. So I've heard something about the prairies in Canada, that because it's so flat, they actually deliberately put turns in the road to make sure that you focus when driving. Like I wasn't. I don't know if that's true, but definitely the way that I drive in games, I do tend to notice I zone out a bit if I just keep going straight, so I wouldn't be surprised if there was some truth to that. And obviously I'm talking about turns that are not related to, you know, just making it easier to put out the road and stuff like that. That's completely normal. I'm definitely talking more about adding turns that are not strictly necessary, save to make sure that people don't kill themselves on the road. Well, I mean, the next question would be to take a look at those roads and, you know, accounting for all other factors to see if there are more accidents on them than others. Obviously, all things being equal, is tough to establish. You'd need to, so clearly you would need to make sure that you're accounting for, you know, how often they're traveled and, you know, various traffic laws. Like, obviously there are different regulations and speed limits. Which I guess speed limits are regulations, but like there'd obviously be other things that you need to work on. But I'm not entirely convinced that that's an unsolvable question statistically. Same area where they had a flat rate $5 speeding ticket. Why do I get the feel? Yeah, so now I know why there's no turns on those roads. That's practically this is what happens when you do roll your own physics engine, I feel. Yeah, so if it's a $5 flat rate speeding ticket, that's encouraging people. That's basically the Autobahn.
The engineers behind the frost-corn hybrid species. The city of Juneau now faces a difficult choice of whether to honor the agreement causing severe shortages in Alaska, or break the contract and forego next year's seed corn delivery to Biotechnica. Whether you believe Alaskans deserve humanitarian aid, or perhaps a lesson in self-reliance, cast your vote at the address below. Freak accident or targeted attack? Nanobees terrorize the residents of New
See officers for miles. If you managed to hit someone or something, did something real stupid or had a mechanical failure.
and bus straight for the Lombardy capital, but the cause remains unknown. The nanobees infested several buildings and moving vehicles, causing numerous reported accidents. The mayor of Milan, Lorenzo Ricci, announced the formation of an investigative committee to determine the cause behind the bizarre.
I mean, I suppose that has its own line. Like, obviously, I can see a lot of sense in terms of the speed restrictions for, I can.
Each island spans at least 3 square miles and possesses a foundation built to withstand an 8 on the Richter scale. Because they are located in international waters, island owners fall under no nation's jurisdiction and are free to establish and enforce local law and custom. For more information on your future slice of paradise, visit Neutralize the target! In the
It's
meantime,
Militech. Nyah, nyah, nyah.
Yo!
The ticking sound's gonna go away, right? What about the guy they shot? He got anything good? But yeah, no, like, I think speed limits and school zones make a lot of sense. So I've been in a couple of accidents, but more importantly, I know just how insanely distracted people are at crosswalks. I'm appalled at how careless people are about this stuff. Because like I walk everywhere. I care quite a bit about whether or not people are focused on their driving, and I've actually had a car hit me in the hand and only realize after the fact that, oh, it's not my light. There's actually somebody trying to cross the street here. And it's like, you know, I realize that text message must be like super important. I'm sure like you know, I know Andy Jassy needs your help like running Amazon and stuff like that. But, you know, a screw up for you means you like need to turn your windshield wipers on basically. And, you know, the screw up for me means, you know, my life changes. So maybe put away the fucking phone for a second. But yeah, anyways, so like things like speed limits in school, like school zones make absolute sense. As a practical matter, like in remote areas where it's only vehicles moving, especially if you all are having difficulty, you know, enforcing other laws and that, I suppose I kind of see the reasoning in terms of just picking your battles as far as what's going on. I also kind of know in the States that having your own car and freedom of movement is a big deal. So, but perhaps not as important to me.
No, the rest will stay here in camp. I want patrols every
V,
half.
you're here.
What is he doing here? I forbade you from even breathing on that Militech convoy, so you call in your friend? To do it all behind my back? Is that it?
Uh-huh. That's exactly why I had V come and stand right in front of
You really think you can forbid Pan Am from doing anything? Trust me, no point. She'll do whatever she wants.
No, she won't.
Except me.
Not if she plans to stay in this family.
Damn it to hell, Saul. Are you seriously considering letting that basilisk slip through our fingers?
I am.
But a chance like this.
A chance at what?
Get the sense this fight's grown stale. Come on, put some feeling into it.
No. This discussion ended long ago. The Biotechnica people will be here in an hour. Try not to cock anything else up before then.
I can't believe it. Look, there he goes, off to paint the grass green.
Being unusually quiet. What's up?
I see no point in arguing with Saul. We can't win.
So, giving up?
Of course not. We'll take the basilisk ourselves, then wait for Saul to admit we were right.
Either that, or to boot us out of the family.
Yeah, I get it, Allgrids. Like, I think the thing is that those kinds of preferences, like, those are, it's bi-directional, right? Like, that kind of infrastructure.
If you don't want to, you don't need to drop into the middle of this.
Thought the Biotechnica contract had withered and died.
That's undeniable. Saul insists we see it through to the end. To prove the Aldecaldos keep their word.
Crop protection. Who gives a damn about crop protection? All Saul is going to prove is that a corp can walk all over us, and we'll say thank you and ask for more.
What's this basilisk nonsense?
It's an armored Militech cargo panzer. Junk from back in 2060 or so. They want to peddle it off to a backwoods country, somewhere it can still pass as a technological wonder.
The Militech convoy will take the 101 right past us. Shame not to say hello.
Let me guess. Whole thing's your idea.
I'll reply to that. I just need to
Saul
get
wouldn't
past
be
the
quite
dialogue.
so pissed if it weren't.
I believe V is right. If this had been Saul's idea, he would have seen it as the greatest plan on God's green earth.
Bull. Saul isn't that petty. He's simply a coward. He would rather play it safe, bide his time. For the family.
Is this basilisk worth another fight with Saul?
Yes, a craft like that would finally put us back on the right path.
The family is falling apart. If we fall into this biotechnica rut, no one will ever take us seriously again.
Okay, so you do want to go behind Saul's back. And drag me here specifically for that.
Cassidy, Ted, Carolyn, Bob, also on board.
Remember a while back, told me to give you a solid kick in the pants if I saw you diving in the stupid pool again.
I do. Yet that was before our tandem raid on the Raffen camp. I believe you lost your opportunity there.
Nope, different that. Rescue mission. Someone from the family. Now, you're out to plain trick 'em.
If you plan to lecture me, you can damn well go right now.
Why Saul got his briefs in a bunch over this basilisk?
He's afraid Militech will destroy us if we pick a fight with it.
He thinks it's safer to stick with the corporations, like Biotechnica. What a joke.
You guys would rather...
We would rather go back to plying the trade we know best. Logistics.
Meaning smuggling.
That's what I said.
Thought you and Saul agreed to bury your carbines.
So did I. But it seems that's only true when somebody is trying to kill us.
Exactly. You saved his life. You want to fuck things up all over again now?
I saved his life, yet somehow he still ignores everything I say. So I do believe we have come full circle.
And you plan to grab the basilisk how?
Thanks, V.
Haven't said I'd help just yet.
Okay, let's go talk to the rest.
He turns his torso like he's a tank.
So, just the 4 vets on board with the plan. Nobody else?
We didn't bother asking the others.
There was too great a risk someone would take it to Saul.
Besides, only the vets understand what we have to gain by having a basilisk.
What a damn shame. What about Wasim's ancient history? Okay, so what the hell else do you have?
Okay, so I'll say the thing. Yeah, so the drawback here is that, like, you're dealing with a culture which values the automobile, values the... It's a rite of passage thing, right? Like, you know, I basically, as far as I can tell, like, getting your drive... And I'm thinking, as a Canadian, I'm thinking this for myself. Like, you know, when do you become a man? When you get your driver's license, of course. You know, it gives you freedom. You can, you know, ask your parents nicely for the car and then tell them to F off. You know, like, sorry, got another message. Cool. But yeah, like the, you know, you've got that as like a baseline. And then the challenge is that, you know, every once in a while you'll say, it's like, okay, so there are some things that, you know, I don't like about it. You know, I find it difficult to drive. I find gas unaffordable. I find, you know, any number of things that might come up. And the problem is that when you've hit sort of this steady state of everybody's got a car, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to put investments into infrastructure like, you know, like public transit system. And then of course there's the problem with cab companies, in the sense that, like, those are private companies and you kind of expect, you know, you sort of expect that there's going to be enough demand for that. So if you can't support more than one cab company or any cab companies, that's just not going to happen. Uber might be a way that people get out of that, because obviously Uber is a great way of being able to sort of turn unused capital into something useful, right? So Normally the car is just sitting around for most of the day. You can work out some sort of an arrangement that, while you're at work or whatever, somebody uses your car for whatever. So that might be a way that you sort of get out of it. But like, obviously there's this, like, there's the inherent interest in the car. And like, if you build enough of that, it's not worth it to work out the alternatives because nobody's going to use them. But even if you decide to change that later, if you don't actually have that infrastructure, people are still going to want vehicles because there's no other alternative. And then the question is like, well, what do you do? Because I'm sure there's lots of places that have tried to build that infrastructure, and in the end, it still hasn't been used, at which point, they feel like fools and the taxpayers are mad for wasting their money. So it's a tough one. I also have the benefit of having lived in a city with a monorail. So we call it the SkyTrain in Vancouver. Loved it. I'd use it to go everywhere. But yeah, I did have a car in Vancouver, but I've very much gotten accustomed to walking everywhere. And it's kind of miserable on really hot days like this. It's also like miserable when it's super cold. But for the most part, I kind of like walking places. Walking is nice in general, but number two, like, it's about the only exercise I get. All right, Corporate Wars the musical, absolutely phenomenal. Ziggy Q, true to art and history. Karina Lee, there were many explosions. Jillian Jordan, N54 News. Act 1, the fourth corporate war is underway. Saburo Arasaka is displeased with the progress of his son Kai, who is commanding Arasaka's forces. He instructs Kai to defeat the enemy in order to prove himself a worthy successor. Kai desires, above all, to gain the acceptance and pride of his cruel father, so he devises a scheme to place all blame on of the war's outbreak squarely at Militech. Their conversation is overheard by Sarah, a Militech agent agent, and also the beloved adoptive daughter of General Donald Lundy. Sarah concludes that the only way to quickly end the bloody conflict is to assassinate Kay. General Lundy comforts his daughter and gives her courage. Soon Andrew, a young idealist and idolater of Saburo, arrives in Night City. His dream is to find the last living seagull in the world, so he attempts to stow away aboard an Arasaka ship. Then he is discovered, apprehended, and mocked by Arasaka security personnel. Meanwhile, Sarah is preparing her ambush against Kai, who is due to inspect the ship the very same day. When her target appears, Sarah is poised to fire her gun when suddenly her eyes lock with Andrew's. Time stops, sparks fly, young love is born. After a moment, Sarah shakes free of her daze and fires at Kai. She misses. Andrew then intervenes, shielding Kai with his own body. The Militech agents must flee the scene. Kai had noticed the twinkle in the eyes of the young lovers when their eyes met. Under the guise of gratitude for saving his life, he decides to use Andrew as bait in a trap for Sarah. He orders his scientists to heal the young man's gunshot wound and secretly install a synthetic heart containing a nuclear bomb. He formally accepts the young grateful man into the Arasaka Armed Forces, and knowing Andrew's reason for stowing away, he convinces him that Militech is responsible for the destruction of the marine ecosystem and seagull population. Act 2. Sarah returns to General Lundy after failing her mission. With a father's love, he is able to forgive her, comfort her, and offer her a chance at redemption. He assigns Sarah to lead the charge on Arasaka Tower and to end this nightmarish war for good. Still smitten from their brief encounter, Sarah and Andrew simultaneously come up with the same plan to search for the other in cyberspace. By chance, they find each other in a virtual coral reef. At first, they are overwhelmed with unbridled passion of new love, but they quickly realize they can never be together. Andrew erroneously accuses Militech of destroying the original coral reef, causing Sarah to realize that her beloved has become a member of Arasaka's security forces. Both corporations are preparing for the final confrontation. Andrew and Sarah mourn their unrequited love. General Lundy worries over the risk his soldiers face. Saburo reminds his son that he has only one more chance to earn his father's pride and respect. Kai has come to the conclusion that his victory cannot be assured, so he decides instead to blow up Arasaka Tower and pin the blame on Militech in hopes of earning his father's love in death. Sarah's unit enters Arasaka Tower. The two lovers meet as the battle rages on around them, but neither can bring themselves to harm the other. Kai attempts to detonate the bomb in Andrew's heart, but the detonator fails. Struck with a nefarious idea, Kai instead shoots Sarah, killing her on the spot. Andrew's heart breaks with grief, causing the bomb inside to detonate. In the moment before the explosion, Andrew gazes up into the sky and witnesses a seagull soaring overhead. The nuclear bomb explodes, destroying the tower, the young man, the seagull, and his dreams. Andrew's lament, I dreamed a dream of an endless sea, Arasaka at the helm. Today my dreams are nothing but mist, and I'm nothing but down. My eyes wish never to see again, covered in a seafoam veil of gray. I now see only the black abyss, my chrome heart gnarled in pain. Arasaka Corp bought my soul in exchange for blood and morn. The strength in me has forever died, and a corporat was born. I actually quite like this one.
Whatever, asshole. Marhaba.
Did you try to get Saul on board again? No luck, huh?
No. Okay, everyone listen. Militech will transport the Basilisk in parts distributed across 2 trucks.
Wait, do I sense a quiver in your voice?
Fuck you! The convoy will halt at the railroad crossing on the 101. We'll attack from behind, then get the hell out and away. Questions? Comments? Motions?
Nice job, Sunshine.
It's all too easy. Convenient to arrange. The exact tech you need. Coming your way, almost served on a silver platter.
Yes, Saul also claimed it stinks to high heaven.
Intel on the convoy, where'd you get it?
Carol hacked the Militech comms channel. Is that enough for you?
No.
Okay, I'm in.
Okay. Thanks. First, we'll ride to the station. The train engine we need to block the convoy's way is there. Are you riding with us, or will we meet you there?
Riding with you.
Excellent. Let's get going.
I think I heard a little shake in that voice.
You did
You
not.
made that joke already.
Come on, did you get your hands clammy too?
Screw you.
But are you sure you didn't leave any tracks? Militech won't notice a thing.
Are you trying to insult me, Bobby?
Okay. Forget I even asked.
Just having a rave in the car.
Let's go.
Nobody's gonna notice you gone back at camp?
Saul has no wish to see us there anyway. The better to make a good second impression on the Biotechnica suits.
Your sour faces wouldn't help much.
Indeed, they would not.
The Raffens, what about them? You expecting any trouble?
Saul is. He's posted sentries all around the camp.
How's that not right?
He's wrong in continuing to fight the symptoms rather than the disease.
You don't miss life in Night City?
At times, perhaps. I miss the feeling of having a new beginning. Of freedom. But I also haven't forgotten the emptiness. The feeling of realizing it means nothing if you're alone.
Yeah. Took adjustment on my part, too. Though, never was completely alone.
You had someone?
A true friend. Jackie by name. You would have liked him, actually.
Jackie. I'll remember that. We have arrived.
Your business is my business. Let's dive straight into today's big story, folks.
Big bastard.
What
Like
happened
it
there?
so much, maybe we should just hijack the train. Let the basilisk go on its way.
Yeah, then just drive this beast to the 101. There and back.
Saul would be on board with that.
Are we ready? Okay. The Militech convoy will be traveling from Night City to the base where they're due to meet the buyer. We will stop it at the railroad crossing.
All we have to do is shove this beauty in its way.
V, any questions?
Plan to move this thing how exactly?
It's old tech. Carol will have to hack it.
Then I'll somehow have to finagle authorization from the control tower to move it.
Tower looks inactive to me too.
Yeah, we'll see to that. You and Pan Am just get the authorization code.
Okay, let's get to work.
Oh.
What are you two doing?
I'm finding my inner peace before the storm. While Teddy is just being dead weight.
Any of this goes south, you know Pan Am will be the one to pay.
Do you see us hanging her out to dry? Do you see Saul letting us off the hook while Pan Am takes the fall for everything?
I'm starting to like this kid, Ted. He thinks he cares about Pan Am more than the girl's own family.
You didn't take her side last time when she left the clan. Why?
Because last time, Pan Am was acting a damn fool.
You thinking she learned something? She's smarter?
Yes, she left. Learned a few things, managed on her own. I knew when to come back.
People like that are worth a lot more than those who plant their asses in one spot and do as they're told.
I actually rather like that they suggested I talk to the nomads. Useful.
Well, hello there. Have you come to make yourself useful?
Absolutely not.
I've never seen old tech like this. You know your way around it. How'd you learn?
From books? Just wait till you see what's inside the signal tower. They use punch cards. Punch cards! Can you believe it?
Like these punches?
What cards now?
An old data storage method. When the net collapsed, we were thrown back to the 20th century.
What's it even look like?
They're cardboard cards with holes punched in them, as code in columns. Each hole position, punched or not, represents a unit of data.
Are there any programmers in chat by any chance?
Honestly, prefer Pan Am to punch cards as a topic of conversation.
Let me guess. You don't really know why you're here, do you?
Pan Am asked me for help.
Mm-hmm. She came back to the fold, sweet-talked Mitch and the rest over to her side. But still, she calls you. Interesting, isn't it?
I think there's one more. I think that's probably Pan Am.
Even if we pull it off, Saul will be pissed. Remember when we first met? You almost had a pound in your pants at the thought of falling foul of Saul.
I don't recall leaving Pan Am high and dry, though.
Now you're gonna stick it to him plain? Something change?
Uh-huh. I realize Pan Am is right.
How's it going over here?
Fantastic. We have everything hooked up, and nothing works.
It works, though not reliably. V, could you scan it? Because I am not open to the prospect of taking it all apart again.
Capacitor's damaged. Third from the right.
Indeed. Hold on. Let me swap it out.
Time to try it again.
Hey, it works.
Thanks, V.
I don't have the credit for. There we go. Was there not another Nomad for me to talk to? I feel like that was the group.
Need a hand?
Of course. But in your shoes, I would look for another way in first. My, that was quick.
He would have been saying that in the desert. Never mind.
The stairs it is, then.
Do you need a light?
Well done. Thanks, boys. Come on.
Looking for loot. Anyways, the programming detail I was going to share. I think, at least in the Python style guide, I think it's like PEP 8. And I'm pretty sure this is shared by a number of other programming languages.
I've always been fond of trains. And the stations where so many tracks converge.
Junctions.
Yes, those. When you see them from above, you feel...
Free. Like you could set off on 1,000 journeys all at once.
perhaps more simply, hopeful. Okay, here we are. Carol! What are we looking for? Punch cards! What cards?
Cards punched with a bunch of holes. Let me help look.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so there's a standard among... There's a standard which I feel is reasonably universal, that you do not have a line that goes for more than 79 characters. There's not, like, the program doesn't break if you don't do it, but it's just generally that's one of the things in the style guide. So the version I've heard of this, and I realize that there were different punch cards, so this isn't like a universal thing, but I've heard that that convention comes... So first of all, the convention comes from the size of monitors, but then that invites the question in terms of why are monitors like that? And apparently that was the size for the punch card, that basically there would be 79 entries for the various holes in the punch card. I think there was like one extra, so I think the actual width would have been like 80, but I think one of them had like metadata or was like just a blank liner to hold or something like that. But yeah, so apparently I don't know if there's like an official source. I have read that in 2 independent places, but I don't know if there's like an official source for that. But I think at the very least it was a fairly mainstream choice to have 79 holes in a punch card, and so that has apparently continued to affect the way that we write programs today. I think it is a little silly. Like I follow the convention for the stuff that I write just because it's easier to follow the convention than it is to just sort of set out and then change things after the fact. But I do find it very funny, even when so I use the editor Emacs, which if you're not familiar with it, you're very lucky. There are 2, so like, honestly, if you're going to be doing like code, you might as well do something like, Visual Studio Code or Visual Studio. And then I think like JetBrains does a bunch that people like. IntelliJ IDEA is, I think, like the base, and then everything is sort of built on top of that. Or even like Notepad++, honestly, will help you out most of the time. And then like if I'm in Python, I usually use like Jupyter. But anyways, whatever you wind up using. Emacs is a very old school kind of editor. There's that, and then there's Vim. Vim is probably better known as V. Well, no, actually, I think Vim is probably better known now, but it's an extension of Vim. Vim is an extension of the V editor. But basically, there's a style of editor from the old school computing days where it's like learning a whole set of secret codes to be able to edit in them. And they are actually very powerful, and they're very helpful in certain ways. The reason why I use Emacs is that there's kind of a bit of a culture of using that in the case of like using it with Lisp, which I do like. But like, there's something to be said for the modern tools, which are just nice to look at. But even if I'm using something like Emacs and I divide I've been going through the Kiernan and Ritchie, the C programming language book, like the one that I think originated Hello World. It's actually quite a good. So first of all, it's thin, not including the index. I'll skip the appendices as well, because it's like the reference manual and stuff like that. Sorry, I've long since lost. I've long since finished the point on the punch cards, but I won't go that much further. So in terms of the actual instruction, it's 189 pages, and then if you include the appendices with things like the your reference manual and such, goes to 261. So effectively you're looking at it's like 189 pages, and then about another 79 or so for the, wait, that doesn't make sense. $79, what the hell is wrong with me? It's too late. Anyways, the majority of the book is in the instruction, but it's a very thin one, but it's actually quite full. The thing is, I think probably if you wanted to learn to program C today, this is not the book that you would read. But it's useful in its own way. But yeah, anyways, even when I'm using that, like I'll load up Emacs and I like divide the screen into two, and then on the right hand side I divide it into another two. So on the left there are the notes that I'm taking while reading the book. On the right top there's the code that I'm writing, because the examples are very short. And then in the bottom right there's like a shell so that I can compile the program and run it just to make sure that I solve the problem right. But even with that, I have like extra space left over on the monitor, and quite a bit. Like I don't think I could easily divide it into three, but it's close. And it's kind of silly that this convention has resulted in so much wasted real estate on my computer. But it is what it is. All right, URL combatant locomotive, technical specifications, cargo locomotive, manufacturer URL, Combinat, model AM773, terawatt, 200 tons, reactor count 2, power 12,550 kilowatts, max speed 70 miles per hour, brake OEXX7B, and data transfer module OTCC Lima.
Not here. Nada. Not here.
Okay, it must be here somewhere. Hey, look
Nada.
thoroughly, please.
Welcome aboard. Congratulations. You've just joined one of 12 proud Corp Bud locations. With your help, we will rebuild what the war left in rubble. With every bag of cement shipped, with every train car sent out, we are one step closer to reaching our goal. What's more, we're the only branch location with our own train car wash. That's right, you can even use it to clean your own vehicle. For your comfort and safety, we offer a complete sports and entertainment package, as well as the G-Rapid Detox and Relaxation program. Note, for your own safety, please wear protective gear at all times while working. Corp Bud is not responsible for improper use of workplace equipment or any adverse health effects that may result thereof, including but not limited to blood poisoning, toxic shock, and or any instances of cyberpsychosis due to overuse of the G-Rapid program. Inside Metacorp, we associate nomads with chaos, societal collapse, technological backwardness, and with good reason, but there are always exceptions to the rule, and for the nomads, that exception are the Meta, more specifically Metacorp. Unlike other nomad groups that deal in smuggling and raiding, the Meta are strictly law-abiding. Metacorp, formally registered in the Western corporate states, is a majority stakeholder in numerous shipping companies, including the rapidly growing DTR, Decker, Tanaka, and Rogers, which handled 53% of all of America's transport last year. The story of Medicorp is a story of American entrepreneurial spirit and confidence in the future. Two things that are not even a nuclear war could destroy. Indeed, Medicorp only proves that a new order can rise out of entropy, that the rustle of Eurodollars is capable of civilizing even the most savage barbarians. Last month, I had an opportunity to visit the company's headquarters in Medikey, the mobile island currently anchored in the Gulf of Mexico. There, I met Victoria Mehta, the corporation's Nomad CEO and granddaughter of the Medicorp founder, Jonathan Mehta. Victoria had clearly inherited his steely gaze and enterprising mind.
Nada.
We've done that one before.
Well, well, well.
Closing of the factory and branch number 12 at the station. The factory and branch office located at the station will be officially closed at the end of the month. All sections of track used for transport and logistics will be cut off from the main traction system. On the final day of operation, all employees will be required to return any company equipment as well as their building access cards. This is Jim from the station control tower. I'm not sure if anyone will read this considering we're shutting it all down, but what about the engine we got here? I get the tracks, but the engine? Someone could probably take care of it, right? Pretty sure it's an environmental hazard. The engine will be removed in accordance with all applicable safety guidelines. They lied. All right. Look, you're really leaving? How come I'm the last to hear about it? Yep, I'm leaving. I wasn't sure how to tell you. I'm sorry you found out this way. Got a friend with the Red Willow clan. He'll put in a good word with me. About the Nomad? Come on, you always said nomads were a bunch of dirty, stinking backcountry hicks. Cat, they're shutting this place down. We stay, they'll send us somewhere even worse. If I gotta hit the road, rather decide for myself which road I take. Yeah, sure you'll have a say, but you'll be bet you'll be head of the clan in no time. Leave my stuff on the desk before you go.
Please note, the arrival of the next freight train is delayed.
Got something.
Good job. Carol! We have a card! What now?
You have to put it in the reader!
Well, V? The card. In the reader?
Here goes nothing.
It worked! Come look!
Little engine that could.
V, I wanted to speak with you.
What did you want to talk about?
I know this may sound foolish, because I asked you to help me. But... why are you doing this?
'Cause it's important to you.
But is that all? Sorry, that sounded worse than I intended. Listen, V, I'm sorry. I'm not very good at this. Speaking of my feelings and so forth. And I would not want to cut this up.
So far, so good, champ.
Because I've kept my mouth shut up to now. The thing is, I usually act before I think.
Uh-huh, noticed.
I know. But I also need impulses to act upon. When I do something spontaneously, I feel I'm being honest. Yet with you, I prefer to play it safe.
Why is it any different with me?
Because I truly care this time. Yet I fear I'll do or say something foolish and be left alone in the desert. I would rather keep you close. If only as a friend.
Try following the impulse next time.
Okay. Well, in any case, you've been warned. All right. Let's rejoin the others.
I do like these little detail. Like, I think they do a nice job of sort of spinning out little details in terms of the characters as they go along. And I realize it's probably, like, if you write games, that's probably like table stakes, but I think they do a nice job of sort of revealing
Convoy.
little...
Got eyes and ears on it?
Yes, Carol checks their communication channels from time to time. Everything is proceeding as planned. For now.
Basically just kind of revealing little details every now and again. Like a good example here would be the conversation about Johnny with... how do I put it? V, do you know where Panem is? No idea. She's right in front of me, but god damn it, she's never in the camp when you need her. When you see her, tell her I'm looking for her. Oh, sorry, I saw... Right. I thought for some reason it was one of the... I thought it was one of the other nomads who was asking. But yeah, a good example of this would be when you are told that the engram is slowly going to change your behavior. It's going to feel like they're your own choices, but maybe it just like wins the argument more often. And I thought that did a really nice job of sort of recharacterizing previous behavior that you saw with Johnny. And there's a similar thing happening with Panem, right? Where you have a fairly good idea. You feel like you have a fairly good idea of who this person is. And then you've had, your different experiences. You've had your different choices that you make throughout the game. And then she sort of throws a little bit more in terms of why things have turned out the way that they have. And maybe the, sort of the front that she's putting up is just that it's a front rather than, the genuine feelings. And again, like I said, I'm sure to like the literary types, this is table stakes, but I like stuff like this personally. Oop, sorry, just running into a little trouble here. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, chat, just a quick check for your eyes. What is the image on the back of Panem's jacket?
Breathe. Everything's under control. The convoy is already heading our way.
You worried about Saul?
Quite some time left till dusk. The car could use another once-over. The stars have emerged. We've but a few hours till dawn.
He's been playing the same chord literally this entire time. Or chords.
You're acting spooked. As if you're the first person ever to stand up to Saul.
Oh, save your breath. I don't need to be consoled. Was it someone I know?
New. Scorpion.
You came home from the war, head full of new ideas, and a host of new contacts.
He tried to get Saul to lead us in joining Snake Nation. It would make us stronger, he said.
I don't think he peeped a word of it to me. What did Saul do?
Saul dressed the guy down head to toe for messing with the family. Hell, he didn't send him on any jobs for a year.
Gee, really consoling. Thanks.
You said yourself you didn't need any.
Do I need to watch the other 181 links to understand Dendrian, or can I just start with the 182nd?
You don't talk about the war much.
What's there to say? They just packed you into a Panzer down in Mexico and said full speed ahead, soldier.
And it was weeks talking either to yourself or the onboard AI, drinking iodide like water, because your Geiger wouldn't shut up.
Mm-hmm. I'm sprouting a rash on my ass just thinking about sitting in that boiling hot coffin.
Uh-huh. But you all can't wait to pack your asses into the Basilisk, huh?
That's different.
Completely different. You'll see once you're on board.
I'm gonna try and get some sleep.
So, like, contrast this with, oh god, who was it? It was, River Ward's sister. Like, and obviously Panam's gonna get more detail because, you know, she's a major character. But it's just...
It'll be quite some time before the convoy comes through.
Like, obviously, in this, like, clearly my frame rate's dropped for some reason or other.
Did you just doze off?
Yes. All right. Let's be a pest.
Grown kind of cold out here.
Hands off. But yeah, like obviously this is a level of detail that we didn't see with the sister.
Not true. But this is nice.
Catch some shut-eye with me?
Never change, V.
I'll just lie here a while, by your side, gazing at the stars.
Is that another area of your expertise? Got maps of the heavens in your library, too?
Of course. That's the Big Dipper. And do you see the small flickering star to the right?
I was trying to before you
yeah.
redirected my...
You do? Oh dear. That means there's a major leak. Good night, B.
But yeah, it's just the quality for those ones are very good, so that when you have someone who kind of looks like an Unreal 3 character,
Let's ride, V.
it's a little more jarring. There's no rush. I think it took me 2 tries the last time I was in one of these turret guns, so I'm hoping we don't get... I'm hoping we don't get attacked. Well, of course we're gonna get attacked. Why else have I brought it along?
They're going faster than we thought. I don't know if we can catch them.
Uncouple one of the cars. It'll speed you up. Hey, no hemming and hawing. Take out that coupler.
Okay, well, not quite what I,
We're getting close. Let them go.
V, shoot out the... Surround them as soon as they're cut off.
Actually, this is kind of exciting.
Okay. Trucks are all yours, boys.
Move that ass, steady boy.
No, 5 vehicle. No, it's blocked. We need a new route.
Me.
Probably gas can. Hell yeah!
Hurry and roll right. Go, go, go!
Okay, we don't have the breach protocol. And I don't have the RAM for contagion. Somebody ruined me.
They're on their last legs!
Wow! I am so weak. But yeah, no, that's a good setup for a...
The convoy is already heading our way.
Are they seriously making me do all this again? I gotta save next time. I'm gonna do the same dialogue choices.
You worried about
But
We've quite some time left till dawn. Stars have emerged. You're acting safe. What?
No. You came home?
He tried.
I don't think he.
Salt.
Gee.
again, sorry if
You said
anybody's
yourself.
joined in between, but
What's that?
I don't want to.
Huh? That's different.
I don't want to spend this much time on this dialogue again.
I'm gonna try.
Okay.
Grown kind. Some Jedi with me.
I'll just lie here.
Another area of your expertise.
Of course. You do? Good night, B.
But, you know, I do quite like the like the setup of the so first of all you need to get the
Is everyone ready?
you need the train to get a little bit faster.
Let's ride, V.
You are you know that you're going to have a firefight when you cut them off. You're getting kind of prepped and hyped for that. Again, my character is so weak compared to pretty much any even medium character. But it's still, it's neat. Oh, damn. Okay, so I definitely need to play it safe when it comes to the fight. It doesn't seem like I have any option for getting out of trouble.
All right. She's moving.
Get her up to speed.
They're going faster than we thought. I don't know if we can catch them.
Uncouple one of the cars. It'll speed you up. V, no hemming and hawing. Take out that coupler.
I don't think I'll do any better than last time, but let's give it a shot.
We're getting close. Gentle slow.
I'm pretty sure... Come on.
Surround them as soon as they're cut off. Shit! Probably jammed again.
Alright, well, that's it for the turret then.
Okay. Trucks are all yours, boys.
Move that ass, Teddy boy.
No!
Oh, Christ, got me. There we go.
No, it's
Hurry up!
Big target, don't you worry. We're almost home now.
Not bad.
I dare say.
Hell yeah! Come on, lipsticks.
Mitch, Bob, go!
All is planned, boss.
All right, the train's leaving. You'd better move.
I think the really embarrassing thing about this is that the second time I do it, it actually winds up being a relatively easy fight. I'm hoping the game waits for me, because otherwise it's going to be very embarrassing to have to redo this again.
Okay, let's go. Ready to roll.
Fuck! It worked! Woohoo! Of course it did! Just as I said it would.
How's it going there, V? Did you have fun?
Sure did.
Just be happy you won't be around to put the hunk of junk together. The real fun is just starting, Mitch and Teddy.
I'm so glad they decided to keep the horn sound going the entire run. I really feel it brings the whole thing together. Unless that's not a horn.
Okay, just lost the Militech channel. So it's finally realized someone was listening and changed the codes.
Perfect timing, if you ask me.
I can talk to you.
Nothing. I'll take care of this myself.
Guess what we got? Oh. Guess
So
what
it
we got?
begins.
What's the meaning of this?
Exactly what you see. The Basilisk.
All I see is 2 trucks with giant Militech logos on them. Fuck, Panam, you can see them from miles away.
You can hear them
We
too.
don't have problems enough on our hands? The Raffens could rear their heads at any moment. And now we have Militech to worry about too.
Stop it! Fuck! Just shut up already! Do you want to serve corporations forever? Fine, go right ahead. In that case, we'll leave the Basilisk as a souvenir of what this family used to be. Or you know what? Maybe next time we're attacked, we'll be able to fight back!
As soon as I'm done with Biotechnica, we call a family meeting to discuss this. Discuss you.
Until that time, I want these trucks out of my sight.
And the Basilisk? Can we put it together?
Do what you want. Just get out of my sight.
Bob, Mitch, you two take the trucks around back. We need to unload.
Sure, but then what do we do with them?
Oh, I've got an idea.
You got quite a pair of lungs there.
Thanks. I believe the last time I pulled something like that, I was 10 years old.
Seem to still be in fine working order. Everything okay?
Yes, of course. Though the great train robbery bit of this was much more enjoyable.
You need me again, all you gotta do is call.
V. I'm sure I will. So you better expect that call.
Be waiting. Take care.
You know what I'm kind of hoping for is if you have a fight with Pan Am and like you really want to stick it to her, you tell her, well, if you want this done, you better call Saul. Anyways, do we have another beast in me? No. So given that I don't have $127,000, maybe what I will do, I think every mission I have right now, except for the main jobs, involve me waiting. So, in order to get the most out of our evening together, and I really do need to be wrapping up. So unless it's another beast in me, I think we got to call it. But I do have a couple of legendary items to put in my inventory, and hopefully a few items to sell. Or not in my inventory, to put in my stash, and then hopefully a few items to sell. So I am going to set a course to my home. Wait, what? Really? It's waiting for me over here.
That much remains.
Hey, V, come here.
Hey,
A little closer
Mitch.
now.
You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing all right, but, meh. So many dead. So many of them good friends, too. Do you know what it's like to lose your best friend?
No clue.
Yeah. Name was Jackie.
Uh-huh. How'd he go?
Like everyone goes in Night City.
Anyway, come on. Help me out with something.
What?
Some loose ends. Final goodbye. I don't much want to do it alone.
Okay, I'll help.
Come on, then. You're okay behind the wheel, right?
Yeah, and?
We're going for a drive.
Uh-huh. And where?
I can tell you're a city boy. You want to know everything, now, yesterday. A little patience, V.
Okay, as interested as I am in this, I was actually going to go to my apartment to put some stuff aside, but it's clear that there are other things for me to do. So, we are going to leave Night City and its surrounding areas for tonight and pick it up probably next week, but we'll see.
So for instance, play could...
Okay, it's actually later than I thought it was going to be. So, I'll do a quick summary. I'll kind of just a quick summary of the plans for the next little bit. So, if you're here for Cyberpunk, and for whatever reason you happen to like my approach to it, that will be most likely a week from now. Although there are some other things I'd like to do with the Friday. Tomorrow, I guess technically today is my birthday, but traditionally for the birthday, I've tried to do a broadcast because my entire social network is on the West Coast and I don't have that much to do for the day. But I did remember that I actually have a meeting at around 3 o'clock So I'll probably have to stream sometime after that, and then we'll pick it up. We'll pick it up from there. So Twitter's usually the place where I announce this stuff. I have a couple ideas about what I want to do. Normally I do a variety of things, but I might actually just do one given game depending on how it works out. But the next regular stream is going to be on Monday. That's normally been Old World. I'll probably still do more Old World. Again, I allow myself a little bit of variety in terms of that because it's Hooded Horse, but I am enjoying Old World and I want to continue. Hey, no problem, Dendrian. Thank you. Yeah, Wednesday actually, hang on. Wednesday might be a Dirty Rectangles night, so let me just... They added a new schedule channel, so I'm in a slightly better place to check that sort of stuff. Okay, show and chill. Wednesday, July 19th. All right, so next Wednesday, if I can, I'll try and get a little bit of a stream in. But I actually need to be downtown at 8 o'clock, so even in the best of times, that's like an hour if I have like a teleportation device. So probably Wednesday is going to be... I think Wednesday will probably be a day that I need to take the day off, which of course brings me back to Friday. But anyways, if you do want to see what's going on Saturday, I'll try and start earlier than I do normally during the week, and I'll also try to go later than usual. But because I have that meeting, I'll probably have a bit of catching up to do, and just general like decompression and all of that. But yes, thank you for the birthday. It feels weird. I think I would have actually been born around this time, but it still feels a little weird to to consider it my birthday, given that it's sort of the day before. But anyways, I hope you all have a wonderful evening. I actually don't have anybody I can host tonight, so I'm going to leave it... I'm just going to leave it there. Actually, no, they just went offline. Sorry. I thought I saw someone, but that was a remnant from a previous window. But yeah, anyways, thank you everybody for watching. We will see you in possibly tomorrow. And if not, we'll see you whenever. Take care.